Hello, bankers. A very good evening to all of you. Welcome back. So, welcome to another session. I hope I'm clearly audible and visible to all of you. So, quickly join in so that we can start our today's discussion. All right. So, we have Srikant sir with us. Srikant sir reached home. Very good evening, sir. A very good evening to Durgesh sir and other people also. Audio and video is fine from my side. So today we are going to revise our final module from your ABM subject, that is module D, which is all about compliances, right? I hope you guys have gone through this particular module earlier also. And this is something which is also part of our promotional examination and all, right? So many times this module will help you in many areas. Meena sir, very good evening. So a very good evening to all of you guys just now. Okay, chalo, well, good, very good. Chalo, so shall we start, guys? Where is Ramaji sir and other people today? Yes, so when it comes to your आपका module D, so we have these many units which are part of this one. So compliance function in bank, then we have compliance audit, then we have governance, the overall organization for compliance management kind of. Then we have framework for identification of compliance issues and compliance risk, GRC framework. Then we have compliance in NBFCs. The final one is fraud and vigilance. Okay, so these are the areas which are part of our today's discussion, and we will be discussing all these particular one by one, and we will be completing the entire module itself, right? So today also we will be targeting entire module. Most probably it will take around 4 hours or 4 hour 30 minute around sticking. So this is when it comes to the module D itself. It is more toward to the your guidelines oriented or theoretical aspects and others thing. So there are many areas which you have to have go through. And when it comes to the revision portion, this is something what I'll suggest keep before entering in your examination hall also. This is the area which I'll highly recommend to review or revisit, right? So let's start the discussion, guys. The first we have compliance function in bank. It start with the compliance policy, and we have compliance principle, process, and your procedures, compliance program, how to design effective compliance program for the bank, and compliance function, role of CCO. Okay, this personality is kind of a hero in this particular entire module, right? The role of compliance, the CCO, who's basically the head of the overall compliances and all, right? So when it comes to compliance things, आपका are banking activities which are driven by many rules regulations. So these rules and regulations are like it is by law, external आपका regulatory guidelines and others. And every bank, they are having their own policies also, right? So our how to conduct the business, or board level policies are there, right? For product, for any other different product, or the kind of like how we should behave with the others, so moral grounds and others. So this is something compliances is all about, how we are adhering those particular policies, whether it is internal or external. So that is all about your compliance areas, right? So compliance function, an independent function in bank that identify, assess, and monitor and report the compliance risk to the board. So compliance risk is basically when there is a after non-fulfillment of these particular guidelines, or any आपका malpractices in the businesses itself, or any unethical activity kind of. So that is something which we generally handle through this. The compliance risk आपका risk of legal and regulatory penalties, financial losses, reputational damage to non-compliance with law, rule, and standards, right? So we have scope of compliance. When it comes to, it can be the authorities, the different banking laws and act. We have SROs, and we have आपका KYC, AML, terrorist financing, fair treatment of customers, conflict of interest, and tax related compliances are there, right? So basically these are the areas which generally are related to our day-to-day interactions, how we are generally following those particular one, and how the adherence of these particular one. Okay? So sources of compliance primarily when it comes to legislation, regulatory bodies, market practices, internal code of conduct. Each bank has a compliance policy and compliance officer to support management in the compliance risk itself, right? So mostly we can say it is internal, the policies of the bank, and aapka external. The compliance function which generally take care around the promoting orderly behavior and uniformity among the employees and stakeholders, reducing systematic vulnerabilities and chaos in the organization, minimizing deviation and outcome aberrations. Then we have enabling early identification of violations of the prompt corrective actions and improving the corporate governance and others. So these areas which generally comes under this particular one. Correct? Easy introduction. So now when it comes to the interrelated risk आपका due to the compliance failure, so like I hope everyone remember the different type of risk. Operational risk. The operational risk is basically inadequate or failed internal process, people or external event. Now compliance is often आपका called the operational risk come live, right? Like this is something when we are interacting with customers or we are doing any sort of documentations and all where we are missing around these particular one. Legal risk आपका can expose bank to litigation and regulatory enforcement penalties and all आपका compliance wide. When it comes to reputation, so compliance failure severely damage the reputation, brand value, and the market value of the organization. Annihilation risk आपका ठीक है. So it is आपका closing down the business or the major areas. Business and strategic failures also they are generally considered under this particular one, right? So now this is something a basic introduction of your compliance areas. Now when it comes to the overall compliance management, the formulated based on the RBI guidelines. Every bank they form their compliance team. We do have some RBI guidelines also. Apart from RBI guidelines, we have internal policies. So the policy ensure compliance an integral part of the governance alongside the internal control and risk management. So board, which is having the ultimate responsibility, we have executives and ACB team. So that is the another one. Focus on building compliance. ACB is basically a board level committee to handle these kind of things. And we have quality assurance team, development of improvements program covering all the aspect of the compliance function and all. So require policy elements. So whenever we are designing a compliance policy for a bank, so which include compliance philosophy, expectations on the culture and accountability, structure and role of compliance function in CCO, process for identification, assessment, monitoring, reporting compliance risk आपका throughout the bank. Then we have distinctive structure of the compliance branches, and the policy program shall be subject to independent external review आपका periodically at least once in a 3 years आपका that generally comes under this particular one, right? And when we go for the RBI guidelines around the compliances, so the key elements, when we are framing the compliance policy, the objective, scope, compliance function at office, आपका zonal office, branches, subsidiaries, foreign centers, and आपका the role and responsibilities of CCO. So basically, the policy should clearly define the compliance philosophy, expectations, effective communication, structure, role of CCO, and आपका process for identifying, assessing, monitoring, managing, and reporting आपका compliance function itself, right? So that is something which generally comes under this. It is basically we are making sure कि all these elements आपका whether it is internal or external, we are fairly dealing with those. The code of conduct by the SROs, regulatory oversight, statutory आपका laws. We have internal aqua guidelines or listing in case of when we are a listed company on stock exchange. Even for subsidiaries and others also, especially when it comes to the RRBs, though they are closely connected to the parent bank reputation, must establish their own compliance function approved by their board. reporting requirement must submit compliance status or certificate at the quarterly interval to the CCO of the parent bank, formatted into the consolidated report of the report for the bank ACB itself, right? So that generally comes under this particular one. Now, the most important person in this particular game, that is CCO. So when it comes to CCO, so RBI mandated the appointment of CCO. So that is tenure आपका should not be less than 3 years आपका 3 years. The audit committee of the board ACB, they generally reporting to this, must consider the while the making the appointment. So the final approval basically done by this particular MD, chairman, and top executive all are same. When it comes to executive may differ आपका in some cases, but when it comes to the areas like आपका MD, CEO, chairman, these all are at the board level person आपका, ठीक है, they are mostly directors of that particular institutions, right? So sometime what happened, like let's say CCO is if reporting to the MD and CEO, then we do have आपका कि at least quarterly basis they have to meet with the ACB or आपका board independently without the आपका intervention of MD and CEO and others. That generally comes under this. So transfer and removal, CCO can be transferred or removed before the completion of tenure only in exceptional cases, require prior approvals of the board after following the well-defined, transparent internal administrative procedures also. One question for sure you'll see around the CCO things आपका, so please do remember the eligibility and others. तो आपका rank senior executive of the bank, preferably at general manager or the equivalents, can also be recruited from the market also, but not below 2 level from the CEO itself. When it comes to age criteria, it is maximum 55 years, 15-year experience in आपका overall experience in financial services, 5-year experience in audit, finance, compliance, legal and आपका risk management in others. Skill, basic आपका independent decision making and all. Stature, independent judgment. आपका no vigilance cases or adverse observation from the RBI should be pending against that particular candidate. So selection processes, selection must be based on the well-defined process. Recommendations is generally made by the senior executive selection committee. Then committee recommend the name in order to merit. Then board take the final decision on the appointment of CCO itself, right? So these are some core areas from your module D unit आपका first, right? चलो, now let's practice some आपका question. This module is more about practice because mostly things are static, guidelines related and all. So we will be practicing more and more question in this particular one. Anil sir, very, very good evening. So regulatory risk involve आपका potential financial harm only to bank, not to the customers. It can be both आपका, so this is wrong. Legal risk encompass both violation of law and failure to adhere the ethical and contractual standards. The next one is आपका compliance failure can indirectly trigger a reputation risk, which may lead to liquidity issues. आपका bank risk is purely external. Sorry, business risk is purely external, cannot be mitigate आपका it can be आपका, it can be internal also, like if there is inefficiencies in the business itself, right? Then next one we have strategic risk involve the impact of poorly implemented decision or the failure to adopt the industry shift आपका. The sixth one is cybersecurity compliances focus solely on preventing data theft from the, it is not only about the data theft आपका, right? So it also include the integrity आपका breaches and others, many things are part of this. So everyone is saying C means आपका 2 3 5. Very good, option C must be right answer for this particular one. The first, regulatory risk affect both customer and bank, not just this. And fifth one is Business risk may arise both external and internal, and cybersecurity compliances cover both data theft and including the availability and integrity breaches as well. So that is generally part of this particular one. See guys, आपका yesterday I got one query कि like why we are having only statement based question. First of all, like these statement will help you to revise things, and the weightage when it comes to the question was actually कि will we get आपका only this type of question, not आपका half marker question. You will definitely get half marker question. Approximately 40 question will be half marker. When it comes to half marker questions, the overall आपका marks wise, just consider marks wise, not by the quantity numbers, ठीक है? So you will get 20 marks question. Up when you go for these particular things, I'm saying ki just consume less, but it will help you in thorough revision, right? So that 20 marks weightage, if I have to attract more views and others, I'll come up with the easy question, which will be easy for you also to quickly answer those areas and others. But the point is, if you practice good for around your 1 mark and 2 marker question, last time if you have appeared in the last year examination, there was 9 statement in one question. Okay, so 9 statement, especially topic like compliances, HRM. These are the topic now where you can expect similar type of question. 7 to 9 statement was there, or even in one question there was multiple case studies, 3 4 case studies. Then they are asking you to find out right and wrong. And what I can expect is this year JIB paper was similar to the previous year JIB paper. So similarly in CAIB also you can expect the similarity in your examination. So if you prepare these type of question, you will easily get आपका your half marker question will also get covered. So better कि आपका instead of going for that one, go for these things that will help you. So the next one is the compliance function in bank operate independently of its governance structure. Wrong है. Second one is आपका CCO has defined role and responsibilities that must be included in the bank compliance policy. A compliance policy should ignore voluntary code of conduct as they are not legally binding. Wrong hai. RBI has called for the consistency in compliance approach across the bank to align with the supervisory expectations. A quality assurance and improvement program for the compliance function must undergo an internal audit once every in it was how many years आपका 3 years, right? So it was 3 years, not 5 years. The next one is your compliance policy must reflect the size, complexity and आपका risk profile of the bank. The policy must place आपका special emphasis on the top management with regulatory reports आपका, ठीक है, tone from the top. So 2467 means option D will be right answer for this. Well done guys, very good. Next one. So which of the following statement is compliance function are correct? So the compliance department should periodically share instances of the compliance failures along with the prevention instructions. True है. The chief compliance officer must personally conduct all compliance investigation. No, even it is not possible beyond the human capabilities, right? As we are having a huge branch size and others. Compliance staff should have, and they are mostly depend on the like the escalation from the branches in other cases, right? Compliance staff should have the discretion to use external experts for investigation when it is necessary. Compliance report on breaches must be made available only to senior management, not to आपका ACB. Yes, wrong है. The compliance function expected to collaborate with regulatory, legal, and this. They work as a disseminator role also. Like if any new policy and guidelines comes from the regulatory bodies or Ministry of Finance, that is disseminated by the आपका compliance department, right? So all product should undergo the compliance risk analysis and monitor intensively for the 6 month आपका, that is also true. तो 1356 आपका option C will be right answer for this one. Sarah sir and Shruti ma'am. 6 is also correct. Again, this was 6 months. Okay, this we have discussed earlier also. Please do remember this. At least for 6 months, strict monitoring is आपका mandatory in case of a new product. Whenever bank is coming with a new product, so for 6 months आपका a assessment is kind of must. So, which of the following statement accurately reflect the regulatory expectations and operational design principle of the effective bank compliance function? Point 6 after launch. What was the question? Just a minute, sorry. So new products should undergo आपका compliance risk analysis intensely at least 6 times. हाँ, after launch it is true आपका. ठीक है, Sarah said this is true. After launch even, like at the time when we are launching that particular new product, that CCO must be part of that particular one, so he or she can observe the overall inclusion of compliances in the product, and even after launch also for the next 6 months we have to thoroughly study that particular product, and if there is any risk involved in that case, so we have to work around this. So that's why that statement is correct right? So next one is आपका internal audit is required to review compliance control monthly and report expectations to the board on the corrective action. It is not monthly आपका, it is internal it should be quarterly आपका, right? Not monthly. It is आपका quarterly. What I can recall this particular one, it should be quarterly. Okay, we'll recheck this point. आपका written guidance such as internal code and compliances manuals should form part of the compliance function advisory toolkit for the senior management and staff itself. Third one is annual compliance risk assessment must factor is unresolved audit and regulatory findings and align future strategy with the identified differences. The next one is centralized oversight by the head office is mandated for the all compliance issues. No, it is, we generally follow decentralized approach because like organization like SBI, where we have number of branches and others, it is not possible to monitor everything from the center, right? So decentralized approach is best in that case. The effectiveness of the compliance function is to be tested through the risk calibrated audited procedures integrated with the broader internal audit framework. Yes. So 235 means option A should be right answer. 100% true. Very good. So option A will be right answer for this. So statement 1 was wrong and it was आपका quarterly update may go to the board and आपका ABC, right? ACB. The next one is your compliance in foreign jurisdiction must respect local laws and rely on individual with local experts in that particular case itself. CCO, the compliance function and the role of CCO in bank. So a regional rural bank must submit its compliance report directly to the RBI. No, wrong है. They'll be they should have their own policy and they'll send it to the आपका CCO of the parent bank, right? Because parent bank reputation is linked with the RRBs itself, right? That is working as a subsidiary. CCO may be part of committee that approve purchase if only acting as a advisory capacity. Yes, true है. Internal audit serve as assurance function over the compliance function. Internal audit serve as a assurance over the true है ठीक है, they are generally auditing what compliance is doing basically ठीक है, and making sure कि everything is properly आपका followed or there is a adherence. CCO must be at least 15-year experience and minimum 5 years in such आपका compliance risk in this true है. The next one is CCO may be removed mid tenure only for a prior board approval and through a transparent process true है. CCO can report directly to head of business no ठीक है. So to avoid any sort of conflict of interest their reporting is directly to आपका chairman और your CEO और आपका your ACP right. So the compliance function include responsibility for developing compliance risk assessment plan and submitting it to the audit committee of the board for the approvals. This is true. So 2, 3, 4, 5, 2, 3, 4, 5, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 7 means option B will be right answer for this particular one. Very good, guys. So option B will be right answer for this. Now this is one form of question what we experienced in last time, something like this, right? So it is not necessarily they'll give you the only statement. For 1 marker question, there was 4 to 6 statement, and for 2 marker, it is like 7 to 9 statement also, or multiple case studies and others. So we have already practiced this set of question in our revision session. So we will be keep going through आपका some area, so you can maintain that particular one also. But that revision series where we have for the especially for that module D, which is something related to rules and regulation, we have done these particular things, right? So that will help you. Now what you have to do, this is your, these are the statements and these are the आपका another set of statements. So you have to match 1 to 1 and you have to find out the correct one. So basically the question is about the product was rolled out simultaneously across the domestic branches and overseas center to capture the market shares before competitors. During the subsequent आपका review this. So when we did that module D revision, there was a 4-hour, 5-hour session. We have practiced only this type of question. Now tell me guys, what will be your correct answer? Patience will require, huh? Without patience, आपका ये नहीं हो पाएगा, right? First paper है, and what I can expect this time also कि ABM will be at moderate side, BFM will be also moderate side, ABFM and BRBL will be a tougher side, like what they have done. So now BRBL will be the most toughest one this time up, right? So please do prepare that one very well. The product was launched without placing the proposal before the bank new product committee. So the rollout process of AI based trade finance platform indicate weakness in the product launch. True hai. Second one, the handling of revised FEMA instruction indicate deficiency. Several आपका branches continue using the outdated FEMA operational instruction based on revised regulatory circulars updated at this. So this is also correct. Second one is also correct. Third one is आपका the treatment of internal audit finding has weakened the compliance feedback mechanism. So third one is internal audit report highlight the irregular sanction screening expectations were not shared with the compliance department for 6 months. This is also true. Restriction imposed by the compliance officer undermine the compliance investigation and renew आपका function. Compliance officer seek transaction label data from the treasury operation while denied access on the ground of the business confidentiality, right? What it says, what policy says ki compliance officer, they should have access to all the operational data so they can make sure ki there is a proper adherence. Reporting approach instead upon the senior management is fully consistent with the compliance reporting independence expectation. Senior management discourage direct, it is आपका discourage direct escalation of certain irregularities to audit committee of the board instead of आपका this, no, this is wrong, right? The fifth one is आपका wrong, right? So what will be your correct answer? C आपका maximum people saying 1 2 3 4. हाँ, yes, option C will be right answer for this particular question. All right, guys. Next one more question. For revision, I have kept all the question here. So you do not have to go for the revision file again and again. So once you will be going through the आपका uh, this PDF only, so you will see the revision question also. So you can directly approach from this. You do not have to open that file, आपका old file. First of all, it's a 57-year-old and the max age is 55-year-old. Immediately after this, आपका CCO continue to oversight the bank high value corporate this MDCO business out understanding and this. Okay, chalo. The appointment of the business head as CCO raised concern regarding the eligibility and the dual heading expectations. 100% true आपका, ठीक है. The first of all, that person is आपका overage. The another one is there is a conflict of interest in profile itself. The transfer process followed for the CCO is inconsistent with the prescribed governance expectation. Compliance testing आपका report identify recruiting AML आपका AML monitoring failures circulated only this. Okay, this is आपका first statement related only. The transfer was observed internally by the MD and CEO without placing the matter to the board. So this is also correct. Third one, AML compliance testing report weakened the board level compliance oversight. Compliance testing reporting identify recurring AML monitoring failures were circulated only among the operational head, not to the ACB. This is also correct. Then the communication approach adopted during the Spark related discussion has diluted the independence expected from the CCO function. It is Spark related areas is where this statement. The CCO was denied direct interaction with RBI supervisory team during the Spark related discussion with the communication routed through the business strategy department. This is also true. Then the role assigned to CCO is in the purchase sanction committee is fully constant. Senior is voting members, so they cannot be voting member. आपका this is wrong. So 1 2 3 4 again option A will be right answer for this particular. So CCO was आपका they are observatory members. They can observe. They cannot vote आपका, right. So that is the case. Next one. Okay. Now the compliance audit. So we have three line basically of the safety. One is the branches. Okay. This is आपका branch. Then we have compliance and then we have audit, right? So branches they interact, they execute the transaction. Compliance department make sure ki the overall the activities or the people they have included those guidelines or there is a full adherence to those particular guidelines and all. When it comes to compliances, compliance is making sure कि there is a proper adherence to internal and external policies. Now audit system आपका which generally make sure कि there is a integration आपका overall. It is something कि we have RBIA risk based internal audit and inspection. One policy which generally makes sure कि your like the audit system, it is a kind of a audit of audit system itself, right? So all things which are properly aligned in the organization, and if there is something going wrong, that is escalated by the team promptly, right? So role of risk-based internal audit. This is something which is very, very important part. Then we have reporting framework and monitoring, disclosure, accounting standard. There are some accounting standard also given. Then we have disclosure under the listing regulation of SEBI. If there is a listed bank आपका, so there are some like let's say if they are coming up with something आपका, like if they are coming up with some आपका new policies in sorry IPO, FPO and others, or if they are conducting some important meetings and all, so how they need to report that particular one, the guidelines are also there itself, right? Chalo. Now the first and the most important part is your risk based internal audit, right? So this is something very, very important one. Let's quickly go through this. So RBIA is a methodology defined by the Institute of Internal Auditors. Institute of Internal Auditors. Basically, every bank they should have their own RBIA आपका plan in place. There must be internal team of internal auditors आपका. It link internal audit to the organization overall risk management framework. RBIA helped the board get assurance that risk management process are effectively managing a risk in relation to the organization goal of the. So that generally comes under this particular one. So are the key pointers. Please go through this. So RBIA is not about auditing risk. It is auditing the management of risk itself. So focus on the process applied by the management team. Examine how organization respond to individual risk. Process are used to assess, decide risk. Oh God, sorry guys. So process are used to assess risk, decide आपका responses, monitor them and report them to the board. So this is something key. This is not about we are conducting audit. We are reviewing the audit. Like let's say under RBIA. Sorry guys. So in RBIA, we are not conducting any sort of research audit. What we are doing, the already audited report, like concurrent audits, statutory audits and all, we are reviewing those particular one and we are making sure that whatever plan we have, that is working effect. Please go through this. RBI requirement for bank. So when it comes to the areas आपका, right? So it includes main objective of RBIA in bank, which include review the potential inherent risk in the process and control set by the first and second line of defense. First and second line means your branches and आपका compliance. Inherent risk means आपका after filtering out all the, like let's say आपका we have in every product there are many risks involved. So to deal with those particular one, we have control system. So after filtering with these particular control system, there are some risks which are unavoidable in nature. That is your inherent risk, right? So identify deficiencies in control environment and monitor the closure of the action items. Provide assurance to board and top management about the adequacy and effectiveness of the risk management and control itself. Strengthen the control and check of the improved efficiency. Adherence to internal policies, guidelines, timely rectification of the lapse and irregularities. Verify there is no No derelegation means that misuse of powers or आपका like the authority based access and others by any employee. A transgression of the powers. Examine the branch or access point from the viewpoint of vulnerabilities and susceptibility. Suggest measure for timely detection and rectification. Verify adherence to RBI and other statutory guidelines. Ensure bank goal and objective to met efficiently. Then we have evaluate and improve the efficiency of risk management, control, and governance process itself, right? So this is something ki what we want to achieve or what we do under this RBI. It is not like a team. It is kind of a system which we have developed, which is integrated with the other areas also. We are not conducting transaction wise in आपका audits. We are making sure ki like every process procedures is aligned so that we can easily आपका achieve the things and all, right? So that is something which generally comes under this one. The principle आपका principles relevant to internal audit function. Basically we have 16 principle आपका for the effective internal audit in banks as per the RBI guidelines and best practices. So core principle we have internal audit, independent assurance, आपका internal control, risk management and governance system and the process in place. Principle 2 is around your internal audit function must independent of the activities of its audit. It should have sufficient standing and authority within the bank to perform its work objectively. Professional competence आपका is essential. This include the knowledge, experience and skill of the individual or internal auditors as well as audit team. Principle 4, internal auditors must act with the integrity itself. So that is something which generally comes under this one. Operational and governance principle 5 to 16. Bank must have clear internal audit policy. आपका every activity and even entity in the banking group must fall within the overall scope of the internal audit function. Then we have scope of internal audit activities should ensure adequate coverage of all regulatory matters. 8 is bank should maintain permanent internal audit function. Bank should maintain permanent internal audit function. ACB, that is Audit Committee of Board, oversee the bank internal audit function. Board or audit committee must oversee the internal audit function on all matters related to its mandate as per the internal audit policy. Then we have head of internal audit, HIA. The like in case of compliances we have CCO. Similarly here we have a profile called HIA. So, is responsible for ensuring function compile with the sound internal auditing standards. 12 is internal audit should independently assess effectiveness and efficiency of internal control. Board of directors has ultimate responsibility. Even if external experts are hired, the responsibility will be आपका internal or board of directors. To ensure consistency across the banking group, every bank should have their own internal audit function accountable to the board. The group internal audit function can perform audit activities at bank level with sufficient scope to enable the board to meet the fiduciary and legal responsibilities. So last function one is the bank must develop and maintain quality assurance and in आपका improvements program that cover all the aspect of internal audit activities, right? So these are the overall the principle which generally govern our overall internal or RBIA or the internal auditing. Inherent risk, you got this one, Srikant sir. The inherent risk is basically, I have shown you one chart now. You remember that कि let's say there are many risks आपका involved. These are the risks आपका involved in any business, so in any activity. Then we have आपका these are the there is one term we use for this. So this is these are the overall risks. Then we have control system. Okay. So that control system will filter out आपका many risk out of these. Then there are some risks. Let's say there are two risks which are kind of unavoidable. So this is something, these two risks are defined as inherent risk in that particular one. So that is the one. Okay? So this is something, these were the one. Then we have control. Control system is basically your the operational risk, management, market risk, or the different strategies, derivatives, and all we use, and we filter out आपका these. We eliminate these particular one, and still there are some remaining areas. They are generally called in this residual risk. आपका yes, Durgesh sir, very good. It is आपका risk. These are the residual risk. तो residual risk आपका, this is residual risk आपका, right? Then we filter out and then we reach to the inherent. Very good. So inherent risk is equal to residual into your control. Correct? So now when it comes to role and responsibilities of board of directors and ACB, the board of director, they are having ultimate responsibility. Respect independence by ensuring report, bypassing management filtering. Delegate आपका power to audit committee for the conduct of audit, implementation and effectiveness. When it comes to ACB, chaired by the independent person, not the chairman of the board, right? So we have an independent directors in that case, meet at least once in a quarter. A two-third vote is required to pass any resolution, oversee the total audit function and financial process, formulate recommendation for the appointment and आपका remuneration for external auditors, review आपका audit scope frequency this, fix accountability for a failure to detect आपका series of irregularities, investigate any matter आपका referred by board with full access to record it. So that's something which generally comes under this. The responsibility of board and आपका your ACB, which generally part of this particular one. Now the next one we have HIA. This is similar to CCO, and again you can expect one question around this person. So HIA background is to bring the uniformity across the bank, aligned with this RBI issue guidelines in 2021. So these guidelines define the role, structure, expectations from the HIA. So first, stature and independence. The internal audit function must have sufficient authority, stature, independence, and resources. The HIA shall be a senior executive of the bank. HIA must have the ability to exercise the independent judgment. To senior management or आपका they generally recommend again similar to that, and then board will आपका appoint the HIA person. So HIA and the internal audit team shall have authority to communicate with any staff members and access all record files necessary for this one. Upper competence, so required professional competence, knowledge and experiences. There is no defined upper years and all. The desired areas of knowledge is basically banking operation, accounting, information technology, data analytics and forensic investigation. Bank must ensure that internal audit function has the requisite skills to audit all the areas of bank itself. Staff rotation, when it comes to, except for the specialized function, bank should prescribe minimum आपका period of service to the internal audit function also. Board may examine the feasibility of at least once stint of the service in internal audit staff who possess the specialized skills. आपका staff posted in other department may also be utilized for their specialized skill also. Tenure and appointments आपका, it is HIA shall be appointed reasonably for a longer period but minimum for 3 years, similar to your CCO. Reporting line आपका HIA directly report to audit committee of board or MD CEO whole time directors. The board of director decide whether MD or CEO or WTD reporting authority or reviewing authority. ACB shall have आपका accepting authority on HIA. HIA shall meet the ACB at least once in a quarter without the presence of senior management. In foreign branches and bank verticals, HIA shall report internal audit function to the controlling office or the head office itself. So that is something, the overall areas which generally comes under this. Then next one, guys. Okay, so next one we have reporting framework and monitoring compliances. When it comes to reporting framework, so like branches, they generally report to आपका RO and ZO, and they generally report to आपका compliance department at central office. That is your CCO, which is headed by CCO. So leveraging risk for a random testing. This is what we basically do. आपका sample selection parameters, regulatory focus, whether the activity poses inherently high risk, bank financial exposure to activity, history of major breaches, and care taken to ensure simple branches are not आपका repeated continuously, like whenever you're conducting that particular one. So that is something which generally comes under this. So RBI disclosure requirement and significant accounting policies, applicability and consolidated financial statement apply to commercial bank, foreign, local in this, and UCBs also must prepare consolidated financial statement alongside the standalone. So as a bank or your one consolidated with your subsidiaries and associate. Then we have transitory and notes to accounts. More than 5 years आपका credit entries outstanding more than 5 year transfer to separate blocked amount. We will go through that container because here it is आपका bit vague. Reserve funds and fraud provisioning. Reserve funds transfer, mandatory transfer for more than 20% of profit of the reserve. In case of other, it is 25%, right? So like whatever the profit you are making, which we have to transfer to the other departments and all. This must be somewhere. Here it is. So let's go through this particular one once in detail. RBI have developed the disclosure requirement to promote market discipline by providing the capital adequacy, risk exposure assessment process, and key business parameters. Enhance disclosure, improve the transparency and accountability, mainly through the balance sheet, profit and loss account, and note to accounts. So accounting policies, bank must disclose key accounting policies in one place, Schedule 17. Basis of accounting, investment and valuation, foreign exchange transaction, advances and provision, fixed asset depreciation, around like the disclosure around these particular things. Applicability, commercial bank and all these particular one, same which we have gone through. Compliance, आपका bank must follow accounting standard and RBI guidelines. Nature of आपका disclosures, these disclosures supplement, not आपका replace of the legal and regulatory requirement. Consolidated cash flow statement, consolidated financial statement for these particular one. Improve the transparency, uniformity and informed decision making is the goal. When it comes to consolidated financial statement preparation, so it is must follow the accounting standards, term like parent or subsidiary, associate and all. RRB is treated as associate in the CFS for the sponsor bank. Old inter-branch entries and entries pending over 5 years must be moved to the blocked account and treated as CRR and SLR liabilities, treated as liabilities for CRR and SLR. Interbranch आपका margin category wise records for the proper netting. Notes to आपका unreconciled credit 3 years blocked account. Unreconciled आपका debit 2 years, 100% provisioning will require in that case. That chart was आपका around this particular one. Then some accounting standards are applicable to the आपका the areas itself which their adherence is required here. So this is a list of accounting standards. accounting standard आपका 5 which is related to prior period item. They can ask you this question based on directly related to the accounting standards, huh? So please do take care around this particular one. 9 9 is आपका revenue recognition. So disclose circumstances where revenue recognition is postponed pending. 15 आपका employee benefit. So adherence to ICAI disclosure requirement. 17 segment reporting आपका primary and secondary. Primary is your the different business line. Secondary is आपका geographic base. When it comes to 18 related party transaction, yesterday only we talk about this. And Indian accounting, do not get confused with that one. Huh? There it was Indian accounting standard 24. In yesterday's session we talk about 24. So that was Indian accounting standard and this is accounting standard, right? So when it comes to accounting standard 21, 23, consolidated financial statement, 22 tax on income and 25 interim financial report. Half yearly review required for the public sector banks. So these are the areas which is the core accounting standards, and while we have to prepare these particular one with the like the disclosure around these particular things. Now this also very important one. So disclosure under the SEBI listing regulation. So when it comes to this, so listing on securities, companies including banks seeking listing must sign listing agreement with the stock exchanges and fulfill ongoing disclosure. Key disclosure requirement for listed companies: notice of record date and book closure, submission of quarterly financial आपका interim reports, forwarding any news events that can materially impact the stock prices, compliances with the corporate governance norms, and provide copies of annual report and accounts to the stakeholder. So this is something कि if there is a listed company, आपका listed bank, all bank are listed bank mostly. So when like they have to follow some disclosure requirements under the SEBI listing regulation. So when it comes to the framework, all disclosure clause from the listing agreement have been merged into the SEBI आपका listing obligation and disclosure requirement regulation 15 LODR. So it become effective from this. The guidelines are applicability to entities that have listed any of the following recognized stock exchanges. They are आपका specified securities on main board SME exchanges or आपका institutional trading platform, non-convertible debt securities or non-convertible redeemable preference shares, perpetual debt or perpetual non-cumulative preference shares, IDRs आपका securities, debt instruments, unit of mutual fund, any other security specified by the SEBI itself. So if you are coming up with these particular securities, or if you already have these particular securities, so where you will be requiring some sort of आपका disclosures and all. So publishing in newspaper, the listed entity shall publish the following information on 2 newspaper, National English Daily or one आपका regional newspaper where your headquarter is located. So notice of meeting of the board of directors where financial results shall be disclosed. So because it will be influencing the market prices. So when it comes to your financial result as specified in regulation 33 along with the modified opinions and reservations if any expressed by the auditors, statement of deviation or variation as specified आपका sub regulation under 32 on quarterly reports, notice given to stakeholders shareholders आपका by the advertisement की on this date we are coming up with our आपका information disclosures and others, right? So any information which has material effect means which is going to make some sort of impact on the prices of that listed company, that before announcing that particular one, like before releasing that information, you have to make some announcement, because like so whoever is trading on those particular security, they'll get an idea कि हाँ, the price movement is just because of this particular news. So similarly for banking companies also, they have to follow the same guidelines. So RBI focus on auditing individual risk rather than the process. आपका wrong है. The second one is one objective of RBI to ensure adherence to RBI and other statutory authorities guidelines. That is true. Internal auditor under the RBI is responsible for reporting breaches to the bank chief compliance officer and coping the risk management department. The next one is RBIA primarily at increasing the profit. No, RBIA include the verifying whether there is an misuse of power or dereplication of the duty by the employees. Yes. So 235 means option B will be right answer for this particular one. Correct, guys? So option B will be right answer. Easy one, I guess. Next one. So internal audit function must be permanent but can rely entirely on external. No. First, like more reliability on the internal आपका team. Board of director hold ultimate responsibility for internal audit function even when external आपका expert are engaged. Yes. Internal audit should conduct fraud investigation whenever fraud is suspected to avoid the delays. Internal audit should conduct fraud investigation whenever fraud is suspected to avoid delay. No, this should be wrong, right? Fraud investigation and audit. No, there will be a clashes of interest otherwise. Internal audit scope should cover all bank group entities and outsource activities also. The next one, internal audit function must operate independently from the activities of audit and report after this. The next one is Head of internal audit ensure audit compliance with the relevant auditing standards and maintain the ethical standard. Yes. The next one is a risk-based internal audit approach require audit plan to execute fraud risk assessment to. No, this is also wrong. Okay, both are similar and wrong. Two, आपका 2456 2456 means option 2456. No, 2456 means option C should be right answer for this particular one. Correct? Yes, very good, guys. So statement one was wrong because some assignment may use external export. Our internal audit function must remain permanent and retain the overall responsibility. Third one was wrong. Internal audit should not investigate fraud unless they have require expertise in this. And आपका 7 1 fraud risk should be included in risk based audit planning, not आपका excluded in this case. Next one, guys. Evaluate the following statement about the board of directors and audit committee rule. The first one is the board delegate the power to review the effectiveness of the internal audit framework exclusive exclusively to the audit committee outcome. Board of directors they can delegate this internal one. It can be true, right? So the audit committee chairperson must always be a member of board executive management. The audit committee chairperson must always be the member of independent आपका, that is the case, right? The next one, audit committee has authority to initiate inquiry and retain the external expert only after obtaining prior approval from board of directors. No, they can also appoint this one. This should be wrong again. Now. The audit committee is responsible for reviewing the management letter addressed to shareholders before the approvals. This should be correct. The audit committee meeting must be convened at least quarterly and may be called more frequently. This is true. So 145 means option A should be right answer for this particular. A will be right answer. Okay, multiple answers for this. So the statement 2 was wrong. Chairman of the audit committee must be independent and cannot be part of the board executive. The another one is आपका third one. The audit committee may retain the external expert after majority approvals within the committee itself. No prior approval is required. Rest all are correct. Next one, HIA, guys. So HIA must have an authority to communicate with any staff members and across access all record necessary for the audit itself. The internal audit staff remuneration can be linked to financial target. No. The staff rotation in internal audit function is discouraged to maintain the expertise in one area. It is encouraged actually, right? This should be wrong. The HIA cell preferably appointed for a minimum of 3 years, except entities this true है. The next one is HIA report directly to the business vertical head to facilitate faster issue resolution. HIA report directly to the business vertical wrong है. offsite audit team are given only, so read only access to MIS. This upper true means the outsider which we are recruiting for the audit purpose. 146 means option D. Yes, everyone is aligned with option D, means we good with this. Let's move forward then. So the compliance reporting and monitoring framework are correct. The compliance department at center or central office receive आपका breaches report only from the regional and journal, not directly from the functional department. In case of like when we have the this is general process, but like if there is some severity, so they can directly access to these also, right? You should be wrong. The risk officer use आपका compliance certification from the branches to randomly select branches department for the independent compliance testing आपका. The audit department send copies of breaches report to the compliance department as well as go to the controlling regional and zonal offices. The next one is in selecting branches of random compliance testing branches. When while you selecting the branches for the random compliance testing, branches previously tested are preferred. No, we like every time we should go for the other branches. The next one is breaches or non-compliance observed during the RO and ZO visit can report it directly to compliance department without passing through the, it should pass through the branches. 2 and 3 means option A. Yes, I'll also go with Shruti ma'am and Durgesh sir. A should be right answer this one. The first one is incorrect. Functional department at central office can report breaches directly to compliance department. Then आपका the fourth one is when it comes to care of taken to ensure branches are not repeated each time of for the testing. We are, that's why we are not using the same branches. Breaches observed by the ROZO should be reported through the structured system, typically involving the branches itself. Right. Next one. RBI disclosure requirement for bank. So urban cooperative banks are exempted from the following master direction of this. No, they are also part of this. Urban cooperative banks आपका are exempted. No, they are also part of the master direction, right? Consolidated financial statement must be prepared by all commercial bank, including RRBs. No, RRBs will not prepare this. Parent bank will prepare these one. Consolidated must be prepared on this. Bank must maintain category wise account for transaction through the inter-branch account to enable the netting by the category. This should be correct. The next one is any adjustment from the blocked account for inter-branch credit exceeding 1 lakh require authorization from two officials, including one from the controlling office. This is also correct, huh? Bank can utilize the share premium account to write off expenses related to the issue of debt. Issue of no, this cannot be used for the issue of debt. Commercial bank excluding आपका local area bank and RRBs must transfer 25%. Commercial bank, huh? Commercial bank left 25% of this. There are some category which where we have आपका 20%, but it was not for these आपका, right? This should be correct now. Statement 6 is correct, guys. The next one is unreconciled आपका debt entries in notes to accounts, debit entries in notes to accounts for more than 2 years require 100% of provisioning. Yes, so this is true. So 3467 option C will be right answer for the UCB are included and must follow the RBI direction. RRBs are exempted from the preparation of this. Share premium account cannot be used for write-off the expenses related to debt instruments. So the other statements are correct here in this case. Next one, guys. Accounting Standard 9, disclosure of revenue recognition. आपका postponement only when there is no significant uncertainty. That is true. Second one is segment reporting. Segment reporting आपका domestic and international. No, we have geography and business category wise. ठीक है, primary and secondary. This is wrong, right? तो primary आपका business line, secondary geography. The third one is your bank must disclose floating provision comprehensively in the notes to account. This is true. The next one is deferred tax liabilities and asset created under this implication, capital adequacy and dividend declaration आपका. This is also true. The test for classifying investment as associated depends solely on the percentage of voting power. The test of classifying the investment as an associate depend, no, it is not management also, I guess, the part of this one, right? The management or the degree of control basically. Bank should disclose customer complaint related to ATM card issued by the ATM card issued by them. LCR आपका disclosures must include qualitative qualitative discussion in addition to quantitative data. If qualitative, especially in case of when there is a downfall, when we won't be able to meet that 100% or above than that criteria. Like let's say if during a period it was 90, so what was the core reason and how we come out from that particular situation. Transfer of unethical liabilities, transfer of unclaimed liabilities to depositor education in this should be disclosed as a contingent liability. The next one is proprietary and standard model prices of credit default swap must be disclosed along with the rationale for the model choices. Proprietary and standard model price for CDS must the premium or other things that must be disclosed. The 1346 means option A only is the right answer for this particular one. Please do take care around this. There are many statements around this. Okay, next one. So what is suggesting in this case? Conducted a quiz this, and the audit found this curious. The audit committee are the minimum this. The report recommended improvements. The report was sent to the CCO and the risk management department for follow. Which of the following explain why internal audit focus on evaluating the process in this? Because audit individual आपका risk not provide assurance how the risk within the organization. A only क्या? Yes, हाँ बिल्कुल सही. A only will be right answer for this one. Next one, guys. So internal audit function must independent of its activities. Its audit to maintain the objectivity. Internal audit should have professional competence, including आपका adequate knowledge and experiences. The third one is internal audit function scope should only financial transaction आपका exclude the outsource activities. It can आपका areas wherever it is required, right? The audit committee of the board is responsible for overseeing the internal audit function. The bank, आपका bank can rely entirely on external, no internal. The head of internal audit must ensure compliances with the internal auditing standard and relevant code of ethics. आपका then next one is your the board of directors hold ultimate responsibility for this one. True है. 1 2 4 6 one. What you guys suggesting? Option B. 1 2 4 6 7. हाँ बिल्कुल सही. So option B will be right answer for this particular one. Correct. चलो next one, guys. So which of the following statement about the compliance reporting framework are correct? Compliance reporting framework, and we have to find out the correct one. So branches report आपका breaches or non-compliance directly to the risk officer without involving the regional office. Wrong है. The risk officers select the branches for the independent compliance testing based on the regulatory focus, inherent risk, and this आपका should be true. The next one is your audit department submit copies to this, compliances to the central. This 2 and 3 means option B should be right answer for this particular one. Very good, guys. Well done. Next one. One another question around the accounting standards. So consider the following statement regarding the accounting standard applicable to the bank. So Indian Accounting Standard 5, bank must disclose the effect of prior period item directly in the profit and loss account as per the format आपका given in this. No, it should not be आपका directly in this one, right? They have to disclose in note to accounts. Accounting Standard 9, which is the accounting policies and this in revenue recognition due to significant uncertainties. Then next one, Accounting Standard 17, segment reporting are the primary format of segment reporting. Business segment consider आपका secondary. sorry, geographic is no, it is आपका geographic is secondary, business segment is primary. This is also wrong. Fourth one is adoption of 22, creation of deferred tax asset and liabilities, which can affect the bank capital adequacy ratio and the dividend declaration. True है. The accounting standard 23, investment exceeding 20%, more than 20% of borrower is always classified as investment in associate of the investors to ability the significant influence. 22%. This statement should be wrong, na? आपका 5 we will check. So 2 4 2 4, do we have 2 4? Yes, D should be right answer for this one, correct? So D should be right answer for this one. Fifth one is wrong. Investment classification depend on whether investor can exercise the significant influence, not just a voting right in this particular case itself. So that is something which generally comes under this particular one. Okay, okay, sorry, I missed your question, huh, Srikant sir? Just a minute. Hierarchy of report आपका, okay, just a minute. I'll come back to that आपका line itself. And I guess this should be part of the next topic itself. Please go through this. I'll check the reporting mechanism is there. Yes. Next topic is all about your reporting, sir. Okay. This will come आपका. This will come in detail. Like who report to whom आपका. Head department, even central office, ROI. Compliance function at different label and others, na? That will come. It will come in the next topic आपका in detail. We will be going through that areas in detail. But here also it was there. So. And in next topic it is in detail आपका. So the practice followed for the internal audit report has weakened the audit independence expectation. Internal audit report placed before the audit committee was first screened and modified by the business head. आपका wrong है, means this is true है. Second one is the incentive structure applicable to HIA impaired the audit. आपका this should be true. HIA simultaneously assigned deposit in this, right? The next one, meeting frequency followed by the audit committee is inconsistent with the governance expectation. The audit committee meet twice during the financial year, despite of multiple fraud. Yes, again they should meet आपका they should increase the frequency. Restriction imposed on the offsite audit team has weakened the technology enable audit effectiveness. So, requests made by the offsite audit team, direct access to MIS database, were denied by the IT department. This should be right up, right? Next one is the tenure role is the tenure and role movement of HIA align with the supervisory expectation regarding the continuity in the internal audit leadership. HIA have been shifted across 3 unrelated posts. Yes, it is आपका what it is saying कि continuity is this movement is it is not a supervisory expectation, so this is wrong. So 1 2 3 4 means option D will be right answer for this particular one, right? So that is something which generally comes under this particular one. Next one, guys. So SEBI LODR regulation 15, and you have to consider this one. So prior intimation for quarterly financial result was not in a compliance with prescribed timelines. So what was the case here, आपका? 3 days before the meeting, the company gave the stock exchange intimation 3 days before this meeting. For financial result, आपका 3 days meeting of this, and during the board आपका approval was the not part of the circulated this. So later this. Usually it is 3 days only. No, it is not three. It is 5 days, आपका, right? So it is 5 days. So that's why it is wrong, right? It was 5 days, na? Yes, huh? Prior intimation for quarterly financial report result, आपका we have to intimate आपका prior 5 days. What I can recall this. So prior intimation quarterly result was not in compliance with the prescribed timeline. So this should be आपका true, huh? This should be true. I guess it is 5 days now. What we have discussed this one earlier आपका, okay. So it is 5 days. We have to provide the intimation आपका to the stakeholder. 5 days or 3 days, but what I can recall it is 5 days. Anyone, guys? We'll recheck this one. Alteration in redemption date of debentures require at least 11 days आपका prior intimation to the stock exchange. This is also true. The next one is prior intimation for a bonus was mandatory even through the matter, even though the matter was not part of the agenda. If it is agenda paper circulated before the meeting is not part, so it is not mandatory. The one-time settlement with bank is mandatory disclosure events under this. And the next one, buyback proposals matter require a prior intimation to stock exchange. Even that is also after 5 days. What I recall, remember this. The 1, 2, 4, 5. A should be right answer for this one. Na? A should be right answer for this one. So financial result require at least 5 days of prior intimation, and this buyback also prior after 5 days. Bonus declaration was not part of the agenda paper, so prior intimation is not mandatory in that particular case itself. Sorry. Okay. Chal. Now next one, compliance governance. Next one we have compliance governance. So the overall organization and the flow itself, right? Organization structure, board of directors, ACB, compliance, and below we have branches or the ROZO. Responsibility of board and senior management, structure of corporate office, functional department, compliance structure at the field level, internal control, and its importance, which generally comes under this. So basically, when it comes to this particular one, that was wrong, na? Aapka, Meena. Like it was mentioned ki, like basically what happened if you have integrated some audit team aapka, now it is something ki like they should have access to the area, so that like what audit things is required, ki they should have access to all these particular things, so that they can conduct the like they can access or whatever audit they want to, or whatever objective they want to achieve with that particular one, that we can fulfill in that area. So that is something compliance or audit. So they accessibility is another principle for them. It was mentioned ki they are not allowing them to access those particular ones. So that is a, that's why that statement was wrong in that case. Done है? Chalo. So when it comes to organizational blueprint, so we have your CCO, which we have discussed earlier also, team, Independent Compliance Department. Above than that, we have Managing Director, Executive Directors, and we have Board of Directors, Audit Committee, and others. So this is something, this profile which is handling or acting as a your a liaison between these two. Your business verticals, आपका verticals, functional department and zonal head and others, and CCO. Then we have ACB and this. So basically, we have the business. First one is branches. Then we have that same hierarchy, आपका RO, ZO and others. Then we have your compliance offices and all, and then anything where whatever. Then we have head office. So any breaches at these particular label, they are generally escalating those particular, and they are reporting, or this person reporting is directly to the person itself, the top management itself. So this is something, now things will get repeated from here. Compliance start at the top. So it is most effective in corporate culture that आपका promote honestly and integrity, where board of director and senior management led by example, that tone from the top, it is called board of directors, ACB, MD, CEO shall oversee the compliance function. Oversight is done after considering business need, volume of operation to the bank. A reporting line of the CCO to the top management must clearly documented in the compliance policy to whom they are going to report. Compliance policy must approve by the board approval stream. Reporting structure, CCO shall report to board or आपका ACB, MD, CEO. CCO report, if आपका they are reporting to MD and CCO as per the policy, he or she shall also report independently to the ACB and board at prescribed frequency, which is generally part of this one, without the presence of MD and CEO in that particular case, right? So now here, when it comes to the areas आपका, right, आपका CCO, this we have discussed here. Now the things again, the responsibility of board of directors and the senior management. So compliance department. Now this is something what we have already read, huh? The profile of CCO, the areas, like this is completely repeat things which was part of your previous to previous topic. Senior executive, general manager label, CEO, not below the two label, this qualification, role आपका to avoid conflict of interest, absolute role आपका, take a compliance in this. So this is something what we have discussed, right? Now when it comes to the compliance at department, now this is something like at different label, how we are dealing with the compliances. So when it comes to this compliance department at central or office or corporate office at the top, a dedicated compliance department with the formal status must be set up at the head office or corporate office. It shall be headed by senior executive, preferably at a general manager in this, and it is designated as CEO. CCO. CCO is responsible for coordinating compliance activities with functional department, issue आपका compliance risk management, supervising the compliance function. It can be recruited from the आपका outside also. The identification of compliance requirement, master circulars of RBI, RBI guidelines issue from time to time, various law status, bank own internal guidelines and policies, basis for assessment of compliance risk. So we generally focus around the regulatory nature of activity, bank exposure, and history of the breaches reported in the past. Independence of compliance function. Compliance department must remain independent. Compliance staff should not be assigned any audit or inspection duties to avoid the conflict of interest. Activities of the compliance function must be subject to the independent review. Compliance function and audit function must be kept strictly separate. Coordination in staff, this is the one, right? So how we are dealing with the entire process? First, corporate compliance, risk and dissemination. The first one is identify business function for failing under the statutory and regulatory guidelines based on the master direction. Then assess compliance risk labels across the line or product and process based on the regulatory focus nature of activity in this. Then upper disseminate, ensure the prompt dissemination of the guidelines from RBI, Ministry of Finance to operational in this. Then we have आपका evaluate, आपका evolve communication strategies. Head office, zonal office, overseas branches periodically circulate the instances of the breaches with the preventive instructions and all. So the entire overall the functionality how we are or what we are doing here. The corporate compliance objective. So product आपका product group committee CCO is a member where new product from the compliance angle. Critical rule must monitor new process and processes intensively for the next 6 years from the introduction. BPR act as a आपका convener in this particular case. Testing and auditing provide checklist for the concurrent audits or inspection. Conduct compliance testing on sample basis in selected journal or quarterly. Ensure implementation of RBI guidelines, submitting the result to MD and CEO. Risk-based supervision, coordinate with RBI and RBI Senior Supervisory Management Manager (SSM) team. Oversee the periodic data submission under the trenches. Vet data by the committee of DGM, AGM executive before RBI submission and all. Kind of a scrutiny. We are presenting data before to them. We are placing the data in front of them. Then we are passing on to the regulatory bodies and others. Next आपका domestic multi-regulators framework. Compliances officers for IRDA, SEBI remain आपका separate. Like for IRDA, we have separate. For SEBI, we have separate. Routing rules आपका if discomfort is conveyed by the other regulators, the concerned officer must bring it to RBI notice through the bank CCO. Overseas establishment आपका yearly ensure branches policies are updated, reviewed at least annually. Monthly आपका obtain for the overseas branches obtain compliance sustainability trackers and monthly certification of the non-compliance or regulatory violation. Quarterly obtain reports on the emerging compliance issue and conduct independent compliance testing. Continuous आपका report status to top management in ACB board. Now the overall areas आपका head office how it is generally working and the overseas areas and all. I just missed that functional department. Okay, that is okay. So compliance function at APA overseas establishment. This we have discussed through that chart itself, right? So this is the reporting requirement. MIS reporting framework monthly when it comes to status of RBI and MOF communication and step taken. Quarterly ACB committee of board, audit committee of board, status of compliance function and summarize report on companies on compliance of RBI and MOF. Yearly basis board of directors assessment of compliance function. Board of directors adopt material compliances failures attracting आपका significant risk legal or this. So that is आपका that is basically a real time basis. Then we have ED and SMD random samples result finding of the test checking of key compliance issues on a random basis. So these are some kind of the reporting areas how we are reporting in that particular one. So the areas or the number of days. Done it. So now this is आपका, I guess this thing you are asking ना, uh, who are asking this? Srikant sir, this is you are asking ना. So structural management and reporting hierarchy. तो basically branch आपका, we have branch network. So functional accountability, structured management, the regional and zonal. So branches, they are reporting this particular one to RO and ZO. So functional accountability, department head are equally responsible for the compliance in their function areas. The mandate is आपका hand holding, troubleshooting and the monitoring itself. Reporting rhythm, submit quarterly compliance status to HO, immediately escalate the breaches noted in audit or visit report for the corrective action. Integration, आपका internal control and inspection department coordinate compliances during the routine inspection by this one. So basically what is happening, so branches, they are reporting to them and आपका they are then आपका FGMO zonal offices ROs, they are reporting to the आपका chief compliance officer at the center. So this is something how the entire आपका hierarchy we feel. Compliances function at RO, ZO and आपका FGMO. So the compliance function, they basically they are observing, like under one RO, suppose that we have 20 branches. So they are taking care around all those 20 branches. They are making sure that everything is aligned. If there is some escalation in those particular branches, so they are reporting those particular one with their summary report, the reason and everything to the CCO. So when it comes to the compliance function of this, so report to the compliance department at center office, submit quarterly status of compliance in their command area, including all branches and functional department, to head office compliance department in the prescribed format. Immediately report, escalate all breaches noticed through the audit reports on or branch visit report, and ensure necessary corrective action is taken. The structure of FCM or zonal office are this: mirror the corporate office. Compliance system, procedures, rule and guidelines are integral to an efficient आपका zonal, regional and management system. The newly created internal control and inspection department at the ROZO is responsible for overall coordination. Each functional department must ensure proper adherence to compliance required and maintain आपका necessary documents during that particular one. Okay. So the internal control and inspection department shall cover the compliance related issues during the routine inspections using the prescribed matrix. This include आपका system, procedure, rule and guidelines for JADO and RO as well as branches under it. The role of JADO and RO regarding the compliance function in आपका branches is mainly hand holding, troubleshooting and monitoring the areas. So this is something कि basically when it branches, then आपका RO, ZO, then FCMO, then आपका it is finally going to the central department. So role of compliance officer for the at the overseas center, so must have knowledge of host laws and regulation, has a dotted line reporting of the CCO at the head office, monitor compliance in branches under the center, submit monthly report to the CCO head office, conduct compliance testing periodically and submit the report to CCO, suggest preventive corrective step to mitigate the compliance risk in the center. For Indian based officers and locally appointed compliance officer, KRA or appraisal are finalized by the CCO office itself. So that is the one. So the overall structure and others, right? Now the next one we have so reporting of your SCNs, so cause notice, penalty and आपका subsidiary. Any adverse action, आपका stricter आपका show cause notice, cautionary advice or penalty against a bank carries reputational risk. The concerned department must immediately report or escalate such matter to the top management, MD, CEO, under advice of compliance department. The concerned HO department must prepare आपका point wise reply to the show cause notice and submit duly signed by the vertical head or the major vertical head to the compliance department for आपका onward submission to RBI or other regulator. If there is any so cause notice, that means we have to take them आपका seriously, and point wise we have to, these are the authorities who will be responsible to report that. Department must conduct a root cause analysis for reason behind the आपका stricter or show cause notice or penalties, and appraise board about the reason and corrective action. Okay, why this? What was the reason and what corrective measure we have taken? So there is a non-recurrence in the future itself. All HO department must submit instant or monthly report to the compliance department in this particular regard. If there is any sort of penalty which is imposed by RBI or any other department, or even the आपका any show cause notice and others, right? Now, when it comes to the inquiry, right? So inquiry process team. So we have a, like when we found ki there is some compliance failure in the bank. So if we are sure about this, so how we generally decide after this one? Your categories of non-compliance, violating law, inaccurate data release and data holding, and inadequate supervision. The first आपका preliminary inquiry formed by CCO for fact finding to ascertain truth of allegation and collect the material fact. What they are doing basically, CCO is आपका just making some judgment around that particular allegation, it is right or wrong. If it is right, आपका committee formation, decide if further investigation is justified, must include two of the following: AGM आपका risk department or human resource, और आपका compliance department. Must two of these three out of three. Investigation timeline 15 days from the receipt of the preliminary report. Submission आपका CCO submit finding to the audit committee of the board and MD and CEO if there is any failures in that particular system itself, right? So material compliance failures. Compliance means the ability to act according to the prescribed set of rule and a request. In banking, we have two label. One label one adherence to external, आपका adherence to internal. Sources of compliance. This we have discussed आपका many time, right? Operational safeguards. Okay, done. Done, guys. Let's start with the practice. Amitabh sir, very, very good evening. Dotted line is like, this is kind of like they are directly reporting to the head office. Aapka. Sorry, I missed this one, Meena ma'am. So it is Aapa, they are directly reporting to the head office. There is no deviation Aapka. They are not going like any other offices and others. So that is not part of this one. Okay. So first, the chief compliance officer must report exclusively to the MD and CEO to ensure operational efficiency. No. The audit committee of the board is required to meet CCO quarterly without the presence of this if they are reporting to MD and CEO. Compliance officer in regional and zonal offices report to managing director directly. This is also wrong. The next one is your performance appraisal of CCO is reviewed by board or the ACB. True hai. The next one is compliance function creation was largely driven by the need to avoid the complexities in reporting structure independent of any external finance. No, it is आपका adherence in those. There are many other ideas behind this. 2 and 4. B should be right answer for this one. Audio is not clear. B is Durgesh sir, Srikant sir. B, no, only Durgesh sir and Srikant sir, right? Yes. Acha. Now it is fine kya? Durgesh sir, audio is fine kya? CEO this and आपका the another area was it was mentioned must आपका right. It is mentioned आपका the CCO must report exclusively to MD and CEO to entire operation to ensure operational efficiency. In general cases also आपका they generally report to your आपका ACB or the board if that is a condition ki if they are reporting to director and CEO then in that case quarterly basis they have to independently meet आपका तो we are making sure कि they are independently meeting to the your आपका board or ACB so that's why this was wrong ठीक है Srikant sir got it quarterly basis they have to third statement. Third one was compliance officer at regional and zonal office report directly to CCO, आपका not MD. So it was mentioned क्या what? The compliance officer in this they are directly reporting to managing director. ठीक है? Managing director is reporting of your CCO means they are breaching that particular one. So basically they are reporting to the central office. Central office is headed by the CCO, right? So like branches they are reporting RO, ZO. Then it is going to APA, that central compliance team. Then it is going to, if CCO is directly reporting to MD and CEO, then it is going to that place, right? So that is the hierarchy itself. Okay? Branches, then RO, ZO आपका, right? Then आपका central office. Here we have CCO. CCO is sitting here. Central office आपका head office. Then the findings and other areas that report आपका that is submitting to ACB और आपका board or sometime it is आपका MD or CEO. So now what the statement is saying कि the compliance sorry where it is regional of compliance officer in regional office they are directly they are it is saying कि they are directly going to this not आपका this the right route is they'll go to compliance आपका central then it will go to here right got it sir so that's why it is wrong. Next one guys. The board must ensure compliance function and audit function are kept separate and the compliance undergo an independent review at least once in a 3 years. This is true. Senior management is responsible for conducting compliance risk assessment at least once in a year and this this is also correct. Third one is your the board is responsible for detailed fit and proper certification of candidate appointed as this. No, this is done by senior management. Then they recommend to the आपका board. So this should be wrong here. The CCO shall report to board audit committee or MD or this according to the compliance policy of the bank. True है. Senior management is required to monitor, periodically test compliances and report to result to the board audit committee in this. True hai. The audit committee must meet the compliance chief compliance officer monthly in presence of the MD, and this was आपका quarterly, right? This was quarterly, so this is wrong. So 1245, 1245 means option A will be right answer for this particular one. 15-minute break. Okay, just after this topic we will take. So just after this one, let's practice this topic. Just after this topic we will take, sir. So CCO must be at least two level below of CEO, ensure operational independence. CCO must be, no, it is आपका should not be, actually this is wrong, sorry, should not be below, it is mentioned आपका must be, so it is wrong. Second one is compliance function staff may also be assigned audit, not आपका strictly prohibited. Compliance officer at overseas branches are required to submit quarterly independent compliance testing report to the head office. This is true. The next one is CCO can be a full member of the committee related to loan sanctioning. आपका classes of interest, not आपका approved. The compliance department is responsible for coordinating with RBI, senior supervisory manager, आपका RBS, true. Compliance department must disseminate RBI and regulatory guidelines promptly to the functional department and branches, true. Compliance department at corporate office vet all new product and monitor them for the next 6 months post launch, true. So 2 3 5 6 7 3 5 6 7 means option D must be right answer for this particular one. Very good, guys. The first one was wrong. CCO should be not for below the two label. The next one is compliance staff must not be assigned audit in this. आपका third fourth one is CCO cannot be a member of committee involving in purchase and sanction, and other are आपका correct in this particular case itself, right? Done it. Next one, guys. Next one. Oh. Which of the following statement are correct with respect to compliance structure and responsibilities within a bank or domestic or overseas operation? At the branch level, compliance oversight is managed solely by the compliance department. At head office, it is when it comes to branch level, it is आपका branch manager, right? Compliance officer at regional or this require escalate आपका observe breaches immediately after discovery through the audit or the result report. Yes. The internal control and inspection department at zonal office has no role in compliance. No, this is also wrong. Overseas compliance officer must submit quarterly compliance test to the CCO office, आपका head office, correct है. The next one is chief executive at overseas center is responsible for ensuring implementation of both internal and host country guidelines, whichever is more stricter, not आपका less, more stricter guidelines. This is wrong. The compliance department must assess the severity of compliance failure considering factors like reputation, scale, and client impact. Human resource department responsible for nominating compliance of staff for RBI, IBA, and IBM training and others. Human resource department, no, it should be आपका it should be compliance department, not HR. The next one is chief compliance officer may initiate a preliminary inquiry into non-compliance and committee must include आपका two AGM from risk HR or compliance. Yes, true है. The next one is all zonal or regional compliance officer directly report to board of directors. No, this is also wrong. Just now we discussed this. So 2468. 2468 means option D will be right answer for this particular one. Answered, huh? Yes. Very good. Ramanji sir, Shruti ma'am. So option D will be right answer for this particular one. Next one, guys. So regarding the role and responsibilities of designated compliance officer, functional department. So first one is your designated compliance officer must prepare submit mitigation plan for the compliance risk in coordination with the compliance department. True है. The compliance officer responsible for creating all new bank policies related, no, आपका this is wrong. Monitoring the timely submission of reporting returns as part of the compliance officer. The compliance officer should ignore communication from this, no. The designated compliance officer should participate in all training programs, workshop in this, true है. So 135 means option A only will be right answer for this one. Very good, guys. So second statement was wrong here. The officer the officer does not create a new product independently. And fifth one, they have to pass on that information immediately. What are the two label at which compliance operate in banking? Two label at which compliance operate in banking. The first one आपका label one external rules and regulation and the label two is internal. So label one adherence to external laws and regulation. Label two is आपका adherence to internal policy and others, right? So the absence of independent reporting by CCO to ACB is non-compliant even if CCO report to MD as per the policy. The compliance function and internal audit function are currently headed by the same department head. So this is true, right? This is not allowed actually. The second one is combining compliance function and audit function under the same. No, sorry, this was related to this aapka, right? This is not the only choice. Basically it depends on the policy itself. Combining compliance function and audit function under the same department, it is permissible, it is not permissible. So this is wrong aapka. Third one is failure to conduct the independent review of compliance function within 3 years period violate the governance requirement. Yes, bank has not independent review from आपका last 4 years. 3 years is basic requirement. The next one is non-submission of risk-oriented compliance activity plan to ACB after assessment of lapse. So bank has not conducted आपका independent review from last. RBI recent inspection pointed delay in the supervisory observation in this. Non-submission of risk oriented compliance in this is a lapse, yes. Delay in implementing and आपका reporting RBI supervisory observation is a breach, true. So 1345 means option A only will be right answer for this particular. Very good, guys. Next one. And next one आपका, let's go through this. So the escalation approach followed by the regional office shall weaken this one. Regional office आपका detected report KYC documentation lapse in breaches but escalated them to head office only at quarter end आपका immediately after the inspection finding and all. ठीक है, this is a lapse, right? आपका the reporting practices followed by the overseas compliance officer are inconsistent. So the overseas compliance officer of the foreign center submit monthly compliance report to local chief executive, but not directly to CCO office. There is a dotted line wala case was there. So this is आपका inconsistent true है. The next one is the disclosure approach adopted by the finance department are inconsistent with the prescribed disclosure. During the review, divergence reported in RBI risk assessment report. Finance department delay the stock exchange disclosure beyond the prescribed this. So it is आपका inconsistent. Yes. The handling of the so-cause notice by the concerned business vertical shall weaken the compliance escalation. So-cause notice issued by RBI for data reporting differences was handled entirely by the concerned business vertical without sharing the root cause analysis to this. This is also true. The fifth one is the approval, the approach followed by the branch staff will support the effective accountability. Compliance staff at branch complain that adverse remark in the performance appraisal were linked only to the business target, while आपका repeated compliance breaches carried no measurable accountability. Wrong. So 1, 2, 3, 4 means आपका option C should be right answer for this particular one. Correct, guys? Very good. Well done. Next one. Okay. So now unit number 29. So आपका 29, 30, 31, 32. So we have left with 4 unit आपका. NBFC वाला unit is like very minimal. Things are same. So we can do it आपका within 10 to 15 minutes. Other units आपका will take time. So the risk identification of compliance issues, compliance risk आपका, that is the another topic. So we will be taking a break for 5 to 7 minutes. Then we will आपका resume this particular one. All right, guys. Done it? So module D is mostly आपका, it is completely your compliance guidelines driven basically. Compliance is equal to rules and regulation. We are having many rules and regulation around our banking activities and all. So all these particular things, these will help you in internal promotion exam also. And those who have been appeared, they have seen some question around the bank compliance policy. Mostly you'll see all bank are having a similar set of guidelines and all, right? Chalo. So now just allow me 5 to 7 minutes and we'll rejoin this particular one and we'll restart आपका the remaining units. Today only we will finish आपका entire module D. So 2 days you can revise. For next 2 days I'll be doing BFM आपका that case studies or revision वाला session. Then Saturday I'll give you free so you can revise by oneself, right? चलो तो just 5 minutes guys. Hello, 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 hello. So, shall we start, guys? So, now the next topic we have your framework for identification of compliance issues and compliance risk. Right? Can you hear me, everyone? All good? So, shall we start? So, when it comes to this topic, compliance issues, risk, inherent and control. Then we have independent testing and reporting, a role of inspection and audit, and alarm that is generally part of this particular one, right? So compliance risk is basically when it comes to compliance risk, this we have like discussed earlier also. So it can be related to your corruption, employee behavior, workplace health and safety, environmental impact, data management, your quality and process, and social responsibility. तो areas like आपका just a minute, huh, guys. So factor for assessing the compliance risk, regulatory aspect, customer service, control mechanism, nature of activity or bank exposure, past breaches or penalty implications. Compliance in new product also. So new product identify before the launching new product. So through the new product approval process, compliance officer is part of the approval committee itself. The compliance role of compliance a function, they make sure continuous interaction with the regulators, authority to access information and conduct this, ensure reporting and all these particular one which we have discussed earlier also, right? Now when it comes to this is this was the case the equation basically inherent risk, there are many risks involved in the businesses. Then with the control process technique people, we filter out these one and the risk remain that is residual risk, right? So that was the case so inherent, these are the which are part of the activity itself, and eventually we read to आपका residual. Sorry, I guess I told you reverse आपका, right? Please do remember this. Huh? So inherent risk आपका, the overall risk involved in that activity. After filtering out these particular one, still there are some risk probability of losses that remain, which is your आपका, that is called residual risk. That is the process flow overall when it comes to in the reverse game. So in credit risk, like losses when customer financial condition deteriorate. So control process, credit rating and assessment, documentation and all. Market risk आपका adverse market movement, maximum risk losses, limit on exposure and others, executive committee. Then liquidity risk आपका running short of the funds, funding gap and others are the control process. When it operational, so it is आपका system upgrade and internal checking functions. System risk, malfunction and computer centers. Control is basically multiple telecom lines, backup centers and others that generally comes under this. So different type of risk and the involvement of compliance risk and how to deal with those particular one. Scoring and mitigation of compliance risk. The first assess, conduct आपका risk oriented activity assessment, prompt आपका report, notify board, ACB, CEO. Then we have periodic review, circulate compliances, sorry, periodic report, circulate compliance failure to the concerned functional head. Then आपका examine the sustains of the compliance by annual assessment. And we like every bank they rate themselves also. So 1 to 3, it is आपका well controlled. If it is 7 to 10 आपका, that means there is a severe issues with that particular bank itself, right? Now here, the independent testing and effective compliance program, key elements of the effective audit program, appropriate audit plan aligned with the risk profile, compliance with regulation and guidelines, proper scoping planning and the transaction testing, coverage of all relevant areas, well organized work papers, effective communication and identification of violations, corrective actions, reporting to board, and documentation and follow up of the audit observations. Consideration आपका the compliance policy effectiveness, understand the AML risk profile, the high risk service product and client. Then we have review new regulation and recent audit and exam findings. Consider internal external compliance reviews. Then we have account for changes since last audit itself, right? Related to risk profile, आपका compliance function update, new regulation guideline system, changes in staff and monitoring itself. So here, when it comes to the another one, we have alarm. Yesterday only we talk about this, and this is something known as credit audit, right? So review the initial underwriting, financials, or a repayment scope or the appraisals itself. Then we have evaluate against the borrower's ability and the best practices, approvals, review written approval practices, documentation, monitoring आपका, verify the ongoing monitoring process, problem management, evaluate downgrading of the delinquent loans, review action plan for seriously delinquent आपका loan accounts and others. So the areas आपका, the do's and don't, what an alarm is and is not. So alarm is all about assessment of the individual loan quality at a specific point of time, evaluate the risk, आपका grade accuracy, and precise tool to identify lapse in the documentation and lending process. It is not a portfolio review. It does not assess the geographic, borrowers, or other concentration risk. Not a trend analysis. Not a loss reserve assessment. It does not opinion on the overall adequacy of the loan loss reserve in other areas. Right? So how we generally use आपका LRM and the benefit itself. Good compliances. What is good compliances? So it is about a better aligned overall operating strategy, more effective oversight and governance, truly integrated आपका risk identification and control, optimize use of resources and personals, streamline efficient business processes, higher quality data management system itself, right? Okay. So with regard to compliance issues in bank, and you have to find out the correct one. So the divergence of in global and local regulation primarily affect only cybersecurity, loan servicing policies. So it is आपका, there are other aspect also, operational, technological, customer oriented and others, right? That should be the case in this particular case. So this should be wrong, right? The next one is your operational resilience require bank to focus solely on इंटरनल रिस्क मैनेजमेंट विदाउट द एक्सटर्नल, विद आपका एक्सटर्नल थ्रेड आपका कंसिडरेशन, रॉन्ग अगेन. Compliance agility include adapting to rapid technological changes, evolving customer preferences. Yes. Financial institutions are expected to integrate continuity planning with risk analysis. Next one is increase use of AI and fintech. It increase the financial crimes and risk. Climate change is increasingly seen as a credit related risk due to effect on the productivity and supply chain, and even due to the transition in others. So that is also true, right? So means your 346 means option B should be right answer for this one. Divergence affect not only cybersecurity but also customer services, technological आपका invocations and regulatory alignment. Operational resilience require a bank to consider both internal and external threat. Then fifth one, while AI and fintech help mitigate financial crime, they do eliminate them. Regulatory pressure persists due to complex data environment. That is the another one. True regarding compliance risk management as per the Basel Committee guidelines and bank procedures. The compliance function must be outsourced. No, it must be internal. CCO must maintain continuous communication with RBI, SSM team and participate in quarterly informal discussion also. Third one is compliance function is a core element of risk management and must be independent, clearly defined, and internal audit. Fourth one is compliance officer is not required to be part of new. They must be part of that one. And compliance failure must be linked to staff accountability. And compliance history is considered during the performance appraisal. Yes, 235 means option A will be right answer for this particular one. Correct, everyone? Very good. Next one. So compliance function must work under the risk-based annual program, overseen exclusively by the internal audit team. No, audit and compliance is different. So executive compliance system prioritize measurable outcome over the procedural formality and must fully operational within an organization. Operational risk include legal risk but exclude both reputational and strategic. As per BCBS, this classification is true. Compliance responsibilities are centralized within the compliance department to ensure unified control over all risk capabilities. Compliance responsibilities are decentralized even at branch level, RO, ZO, आपका center. Proactive compliance require identification of risk not only from the internal operation but from the initiation of new customers in this too. So 235 means option B, 235. 235. 235. B should be right answer. No? Yes. Huh. Everyone is saying option B. 235 only. 235. Huh. B only is the right. What we have to find out correct only. No? True, not true, sorry. We have to find out not true means your 1 and 4. 1 and 4. 1 and 4D. Sorry. Everyone got tricked with this one. So it is आपका not true. So it is आपका D, guys. Okay, we have to find out incorrect statement. That's why this is आपका true. 1 and 4 are आपका wrong here. Next one. Various type of risk in compliance function in banking environment. Inherent risk include all threat and vulnerabilities regardless of the any security control or human intervention. Inherent, then residual, right? After the filtering out residual. After filter means control. Then next one is your residual risk. Eliminate the control risk to zero. No, it is not zero. Residual is there are something after even control आपका there are some risk involved in that particular activity, right? If it is zero, then this is not risk. Residual is after control process. There are some risk which still remain. That is your residual. Credit risk is not affected by the financial health of the borrowers only once the loan is disbursed. Credit risk is not affected by the financial health of the borrower. Downgrade risk आपका can affect this one. This should be wrong. The next one, market risk include only interest rate and currency fluctuation. Credit also आपका your counterparty default in case of derivatives and all. This should be wrong again. Liquidity risk may force a bank to raise funds at high interest rate during the credit worthiness crisis. Yes, this is true. The next one is your operational risk include losses from system failure, fraud. Yes. Compliance risk can be scored to assess the adequacy of the regulatory adherences. This is also true. Next one is the quality assurance program for the compliance function must be reviewed externally once in a 3 years, right? It was आपका, this is I guess third time we are talking about this. Compliance is solely the responsibility of compliance department. It is each and every individual involved in the business. So 1567 means option B will be right answer for this one. Okay. Then Durgesh sir, Ramanji sir. Other people are saying A. No, B will be right answer for this. Any doubt with any statement, guys? Srikant sir, you got the difference आपका inherent risk versus आपका this residual risk. That is clear ना? Is there any doubt आपका? ठीक है. So inherent risk आपका earlier I told you reverse actually. So inherent risk is all risk involved in that business. Then आपका we have control process, and then there are some risk still remain, that is called your residual risk, right? So that is the case. Next one, guys. So regarding the requirement for the effective audit program and efficient compliance policy in bank, which of the following statement are true? So an effective audit program must ensure comprehensive transaction testing, maintain a clear paper trail to communicate our expectations effectively. The second one is documenting the AML risk profile is optional. No, that is must. Audit program should cover all applicable regulations and include validation of corrective action, including when new systems are implemented. This is true. Change in key compliance staff and introduction of new product. Since the prior audit need not consider for the prior audit is आपका reference, we use that one for the references. Independent testing should include evaluation of cash aggregation, suspicious activity monitoring, customer identification program. Yes. So 135 means option A only will be right answer for this particular one. Correct, guys? Right. Next one. Framework and the reporting framework basically. Branches must submit separate quarterly certificate for overall regulatory compliance and district certificate of KYC AML compliance within 5 days from the quarter end to RO and ZO. RO submit consolidated quarterly compliance certificate to the compliance department within 5 days. It is आपका this was 10 days, right? So this for RO it is 10 days, so this should be wrong. Third one is functional department at head office confirm आपका compliance based on the list of issue and circulars received during the quarter and must submit certificate within 10 days आपका this is true. This should be true, right? The overseas branches submit the monthly compliance certificate only to the chief executive of the center within 5 days of the month end without sending copies elsewhere. No, they generally आपका it should go to the CCO office. Risk officer at the risk officer has a mandate to conduct random testing. That is आपका yes 135. 135 means risk officer 135 13. What you guys suggest in this case? B. Risk officer आपका mandate to conduct a testing based on only on certificate submitted by the functional department. I guess this should be wrong ना. It is not only certificate आपका ठीक है. So this should be wrong. What do you suggest, guys? Everyone is saying B. I'm bit doubtful around this. We'll check the answer first. Yes. So risk officer conduct random check based on the certificate from branches RO0, not only from the functional. Okay, this is आपका. I thought it is around आपका without the certification or even it is आपका the normal testing and all. Please do remember this one. C is the right answer for this one. Branches and this. Okay. Next one, guys. Audit, inspection, and compliance in banking are correct. Risk-based internal audit typically conducted by the internal. Audit committee is responsible for both fixing accountability of auditor for missed irregularities and sensitize the board about the risk-prone areas. Inspection are conducted primarily to detect the root cause. Inspections are root cause system compliance failures over the time. No, this should be wrong. Risk management department can administrate the office utilities audit report for the conducting आपका random sampling test. Risk management department administer the office utilize audit reports आपका, that should be true. Forensic credit audit, foreign exchange audit are all example of audit that may be part of bank audit function. Yes. So 245 means option A should be right answer for this particular one. Very good, guys. Next one. Which of the following statement true about the loan review mechanism or known as credit audit? A loan review assess both individual loan quality and geographic concentration to detect the. No, this is not about this, right? This is about the portfolio reviews and all, so this should be wrong. Credit audit include verification of compliance with bank sanction and post-sanction procedures. Loan review provide an overall opinion on the adequacy of bank loan loss reserve. No, this is again beyond the आपका scope of the LRM. Credit audit help in identifying early warning signals, suggest remedial action. The next one is आपका loan review mechanism may evaluate the accuracy of risk grade assigned to the loan. Credit audit or credit auditors are required physical inspection. They do not do the physical inspections of the premises of collaterals and others, right? 245 means option B will be right answer for this particular one, correct है? So loan review does not assess the geographic or sectorial concentration. That is generally part of the portfolio review itself, right? Next one. So audit approach allow for a prepaid forex card product may indicate gap in audit scope and planning. That is true because the audit team substantially on the prior आपका template exclude the testing of new. They have excluded testing of new product forex card to this, and आपका revise AML monitoring parameters implemented 6 months earlier. So that is आपका wrong approach. The handling of the high risk non resident accounts may indicate weakness. Several high risk non resident accounts identified in earlier inspection continued without the updated enhanced due diligence. That is also true then. Documentation आपका maintained for the suspicious cash aggregation alert weakened. The several high risk non-resident audit work papers did not correct आपका actions of this aggregation. Audit work papers did not clearly document the basis of the suspicious cash aggregation alert. Work closely branch compliance team आपका branch compliance team audit work paper did not clearly document the basis for this. Documentation maintains this weakened. This is also true. Treatment of sanction screening softwares implementation may indicate deficiency. So आपका corrective action relating to implementation of new sanction screening software was reported as completed. However, no incident validation of the migration accuracy or data integrity was carried out. So this is also correct. The composition of the review team may fully satisfied our expectations regarding the compliance. The review was conducted by internal staff transfer recently from the retail operation. They are having they are not having specialization in this. The wrong means 1, 2, 3, 4. So option D is the right answer for this particular one. Correct, guys? Next one. Overseas branches are required to submit compliance certificate relating to local laws and regulatory compliances department to head office monthly basis within 5 days, true है. The second one is random compliance testing by the compliance department should focus only on branches reporting major breaches in the previous quarter and may exclude आपका KYC. No, they should include these one. This should be wrong. Functional department at head office are required to provide quarterly compliance certificate covering the applicable RBI and Ministry of Finance circulars relevant to the functional areas. Audit report आपका identifying compliance breaches should also be shared with the compliance department so that risk management department may use such finding आपका during the random compliance testing. The next one is audit committee has authority to review the internal control system and financial statement. Audit committee has authority to review this but cannot seek external professional. They can आपका right. So this is wrong, right? 1 2 3 4 means no, sorry, 1 3 4 1 3 4 means option A should be right answer for this particular one. Very good, guys. Next one आपका. So now the next unit we have GRC. So compliance culture and GRC framework. So we have governance, risk and compliance. The integration basically. How to create compliance culture. Like culture is basically like whatever guidelines we are having some sort of like these guidelines norms are part of the integral actions of the people, right? This is something that is something which is part of the organizational DNA, right? Whenever people they are acting, there is a automatic automatically they are following those particular one. Okay? This is not like a tick based method. They believe in those particular system, that's why they are adhering those particular one. So governance, risk, compliance, GRC framework is must आपका to achieve that goal. Benefit of integrated GRC, whistleblower protection. This is again bit important area from here. So whistleblowers आपका those who are generally define आपका escalating the issues which are any sort of manipulation in others in business to the higher authorities or compliance department so that we can make sure ki everything is fine. So compliance culture, workplace behavior that intrinsically meet the ethical and legal standard. So it is आपका it means employee automatically adhere to external law, regulation, internal policies. So organizational ethical values. So regulator focus only on adherence to external laws, while the board employee and public increasingly expect organization to live its internal value as well. So culture save the decision in the moment. It is a visible आपका force, the way we do things around us. So basically it is something ki it is like it is integral part of the action itself. It is not specifically ki we are just meet those particular guidelines, we are doing act accordingly. It is something ki we believe in that particular system, that's why we are following those. So that kind of culture if we have, so compliance will automatically get minimized. Hallmark of the strong compliance culture, आपका natural adherence to fair practices, proper management of conflict of interest, fair treatment of customer, delivering efficient and ethical customer services, the role of compliance, reviewing the compliance risk in a specific product and process, target आपका compliance testing, continuous staff education and awareness on regulatory and ethical matters itself, right? So that is something what we generally have in this particular case. Now when it comes to the Indian scenario, the 7 element of compliance. So first we do have a written standard. So here 1992 RBI introduced compliance officer based on the Ghosh committee recommendation. 2005 BCBS issue high level paper on the compliance risk. Post financial crisis, massive shift in focus around the KYC, AML and products suitability. 2007-8. So in Indian, when you study the compliance of our bank, you will see the areas like written standards. We have implementing written policies, procedure, and standard of conduct, and we do provide the training around those. Designated leadership, appointing the designated compliance officer and committee. Training, conduct effective ongoing training and education. Communication, developing effective clear line of communication. Monitoring, आपका disciplinary guidelines and corrective action also. So these are the 7 core areas आपका which generally like the Indian basically what we can say the Indian compliance policies and others, they are generally depend on these areas, right? So when it comes to GRC engine, so it is governance. Governance is basically the organization for managing the compliance things, the oversight role and process by which companies manage and mitigate the business risk. Mostly it is headed by the BODs. Include आपका defining corporate control, key policies, EWRM, enterprise-wide आपका risk management, regulatory oversight, evaluating performance through the balanced scorecard. Risk आपका evaluate all relevant business and regulatory risk, systematically define, measure and prioritize responses to all that risk management process, identification, measurement, pricing, control, monitoring, and आपका mitigation. Then compliances. Ensure, so we have designed a risk management framework and we have proper rules and regulation. So now compliance is making sure कि whenever we are implementing things or executing आपका transaction or anything else, so ensure process and internal control meet the government regulatory and internal transaction compiled with the with from a reactive one-time project to streamline repeatable process to sustain आपका इन्वेलेंस टू सस्टेन ऑपरेशन एट अ लो कॉस्ट. तो that is मतलब this is same thing. We have integrated treasury so we can maximize the profit. We have integrated risk management tool. Similarly also we have an integration of आपका governance, risk and compliance. Like it is not like that कि once we will manage the governance things, another next time we will manage the risk things, or the another time we will manage the आपका compliance things, right? So we have streamlined all these particular one. So whenever we are deciding anything about, or whenever we are making any your kind of any sort of decision which has a major impact on the business, so we are considering all the elements. So it is आपका single source of truth, consistent policies, risk assessment and reporting across the organization. आपका early duplication avoidances, so prevent parallel, आपका conflicting efforts and control, real time visibility, senior management and board get holistic view of the risk and compliance status also. So when it comes to 3 key elements affecting the GRC framework, governance as a foundation of oversight. So tone at the top, board of directors, ensure increased accountability among the stakeholders. Risk management, आपका analytical and control layers, all material risk आपका credit operational risk. Compliance आपका execution and आपका assurance layer. Translate law regulation in this on day-to-day procedures, and we are making the control. Goes beyond the tick box adherence आपका to strategic initiative, clear the objective dedicated to this particular one. So ultimate goal is GRP. Ultimate goal of GRC integration is create a virtuous cycle where governance set the direction, risk management आपका identify and control threat, compliance ensure rules are embedded efficiently and continuously. So that is something the benefit of your GRC things itself, right? So now the next one. Next one we have आपका whistleblower. ठीक है. So whistleblowing policy. So areas which generally covered under the whistleblower, any kind of harassment or discrimination, sharing confidential information, any breaches of privacy, any kind of fraud and fraudulent activity, misrepresentation of financial data, illegal activity, corruption, invalid promotion, illeगल सेल एक्टिविटी और आपका कॉन्फ्लिक्ट ऑफ इंटरेस्ट. तो दीज आर द स्कोप ऑफ योर आपका विसल ब्लोअर पॉलिसी. So whistleblowers are basically, these are the individual who generally escalating any of these particular activities to the top management, so we can prevent the image of that particular bank आपका, right? So when it comes to whistleblower process, raising the concern can be written or verbal, by email or phone to the your ombudsperson or CVO, Chief Vigilance Officer. A written draft is prepared even for the verbal complaint in case of banking system. When it comes to the government, आपका the normal, so CBC, so verbal complaint we usually not entertain. The another one, initial review, audit committee or CVO check for the code of conduct breaches, respond to the concern within 2 days. Then we have identify and protection. Whistleblower may or may not after disclose identity, keep strictly confidential. False allegation face आपका strict disciplinary action also. The investigation committee आपका connect stakeholders, maintain total secrecy, and share final finding documentation with the board of directors. Alternative reporting lines आपका, if necessary, complaint can escalate to HR, head of the department, legal compliance CVO, CEO, or management committee of members itself, right? Legal आपका whistleblower protection. Now, like sometime what happened, these your the whistleblowers sometimes they face some sort of retaliation from the target, whoever, like they can face some sort of आपका demotion or the other areas, right, that can be happen in this case. So to protect those particular one, we have whistleblower protect आपका policy in India. So we have Companies Act, we have SEBI regulation, and we have PI DPI. We'll go through these one in detail. The whistleblower policy in India, a whistleblower policy in India protect individual who report fraud, corruption, and mismanagement. I guess you have read this particular one in BRBL also. General law are limited to Companies Act provision. So the key point, government can order investigation based on the report, resolution, and public interest. Serious fraud in investigation officer can has power to investigate and arrest the fraud case. Certain companies, आपका listed deposit taking large borrowers, must have mandatory whistleblower protection policy. They should provide a platform to escalate these kind of issues. SEBI also required such policies under the corporate governance norm. Whistleblower Protection Bill 11 aim to protect the आपका individual from this particular one, right? So Whistleblower Protection 11, Whistleblower Protection Act 11 originally introduced as public interest disclosure and protection of a person making disclosure, was enacted in आपका following the Supreme Court direction in the writ petition आपका this. So the areas which generally empower the CBC to handle the whistleblower complaints and others, right? So the main provision of the PI DPI, now it is Whistleblower Protection Act 11. CBC is designated as agency to receive written disclosure complaint regarding allegation of corruption or misuse of office by any of the central government, public sector undertaking, society, or local authority under the central government. So this is only for the government offices and all. Any public servant or person, including NGO, can make a written disclosure to the designated agency. Then our agency may call for further information from the whistleblower. Anonymous complaint are generally आपका not action taken, ठीक है? In case of when it comes to whistleblower protection, the identity of the complainant shall not be revealed unless the complainant himself आपका disclose it. The head of the department or organization must keep the identity of the information secret. The designated agency can seek comment or explanation from the head of the department or organization on a disclosure. The agency can seek assistance from CBI or police for the investigation also. The action by the designated agency CVC. If the allegation of misuse of office or corruption is found sustained, the agency recommend appropriate action against the concerned public servant. If the information feel victimized, the agency can make an application for redressal and give a suitable direction itself. If protection is needed, the agency issue appropriate direction to the government authorities. If the identity of informant is disclosed despite of safeguard, the agency can initiate आपका action against the person who revealed this particular information itself. Protection to whistleblower. As per this, whistleblower are protected against the victimization and harassment. Complaint can be made through the designated authority with action and give direction to the concerned one. So key provision, protection may extend आपका complaint witness and आपका related person. If identity is disclosed, action can be taken against those who are responsible for that disclosure. Aggrieved whistleblower can seek redressal, and authorities must act accordingly. Monitor and oversight आपका SEBI guidelines establish the mechanism to report unethical behavior or fraud, provide safeguard against victimization, allow this is means like for the false report and others, right? Allow direct across to audit committee or chairman, ensure proper communication and periodic review of the mechanism itself. Then we have a reason for the compliance failures, the last subtopic, I guess, from this. Poorly designed आपका regulation can increase cost, reduce trust, and weaken the effectiveness. Main causes for the non-compliance: complex laws, high compliance cost, overly legislative rule, bureaucracy kind of, mismatch with the market practices or culture, monitoring and weak monitoring and enforcement, procedural unjust, perceived unfair treatment by authorities, low आपका deterrence due to low detection or the penalties, administrative failures in the implementation, poor problem identification, gap between regulation and the objective itself. That is something which generally comes under this. Compliance culture primarily depend on explicit communication from the senior management, while the implicit culture influence the minimal effect on the employee behavior. This should be आपका wrong, right? It is आपका about all the stakeholders, right? It is not only about the rules and regulation. It is the person itself, how they believe in the system. The second one is a well-defined established compliance culture, integrate adherence not only to external but also organization internal in this decision making. Yes, poor compliance culture is often characterized by the risk management framework being viewed as a obstacle and tolerance for the breaching the control and short-term gain. Yes, the case studies of the misconduct should be avoided. They should get included so that people can learn from those. Effective compliance programs should include mechanism to convert adherence to compliance norm into measurable outcome such as employee incentive, regular senior leadership masses, and thus yes. So 235 means option A should be right answer for this particular one. Easy one, I guess. Next one. A strong compliance culture can rely solely on comprehensive written policies without necessarily having management activity engaged. Without senior management or without employee buy-in, it is aka impossible. CCO must have independence, be part of the senior management, as have viable influence over the business decision to reinforce the compliance areas. Integration of compliance with other risk function is unnecessary. It is very important. It is part of your risk management framework. Technology play a critical role by automating the compliance workflows to reduce the human error and reduce the risk management effectiveness. Employee buy-in is more important. It is very important, right? 2 and 4 means option B will be right answer for this one. Ramanji sir, option B, yes. So option B, so first one is written policies alone cannot sustain this. So this is something the top at the tone. Then when it comes to this compliance risk overlap with the other risk आपका, so it should be part of your integrated risk management framework. Employee buy-in is critical in this particular case. Next one. So compliance culture and function in bank. The board oversight on compliance is effective only when it focus on framing policies and conducting आपका periodic reviews. Oversight compliance is effective only when board is like, this should be wrong now. Business, this is not limited to these particular one basically. Business unit are considered the first line of defense. Yes, branches, then आपका compliance, then the other one. The next one is the compliance function should be reactive. It should be proactive. Clear communication distinguish journal standard from rule applying to specific staff group is essential for the client aquaculture. Clear communication distinguishing the this is true. The next one is chief compliance officer should coordinate with the central audit and inspection department to identify the key compliance issues. Internal audit act as a second line of defense in the compliance framework. Internal audit, right? So they are third line. Branch, compliance, then आपका audit, right? So branch, then we have compliance, and then we have audit. So आपका wrong. The compliance function should be independent, have sufficient authority. Yes. 2457. 2457 means option A will be right answer for this particular one. Very good, guys. So this is आपका internal audit is a third line of defense, and compliance should be proactive, preventive. आपका if they go beyond these particular one, that was easy. GRC framework. So governance, risk, and compliance process are true. So governance focus on strategic override, including the integration of policies, risk management and performance evaluation tools such as balanced scorecard and आपका dashboard. Risk management exclusively the responsibility of specialist executive, not integrated into the. This is wrong. It is transaction level, portfolio level. Everyone is involved in that case. Compliance initiative often start as a project focus on meeting regulatory deadline, but must evolve the a repeatable process to reduce the this case. A GRC solution integrate multiple risk management system and support the automation of the internal operational risk process through the single web-based platform. Yes. The next one is duplication of compliance and risk initiative across silos generally lead to increase the cost. Improve the cost नहीं बल्कि आपका increase the cost, आपका efficiency in this case. तो if you manage everything separately, it will increase the cost. 134 means option D will be right answer for this. Very good, guys. Next one. So integrated GRC. So an integrated GRC approach eliminate the redundant work and reduce the overall cost by consolidating multiple software system into a single one. Second one is managing governance, risk and compliance initiative in silos. Streamline this, wrong here. Deploying a single integrated GRC, single version of the truth that this aapka true. 1 and 3 means option A will be right answer for this particular one. Very good, guys. Next one. Which of the following statement about the whistleblower policy are true? So, an employee who failed to report known illegal activity is considered to be engaging in unethical behavior. Whistleblower are entitled financial compensation for their participation, not necessarily. The identity of whistleblower must always be disclosed. No. Next one is protection under the whistleblower policy extend to a person representing the whistleblower also. Yes, lawyer and others. Retaliation against whistleblower can include verbal threat and assignment of poor quality work. Then employee raising concern about the public dealing do not need any written permission before reporting. Employee raising concern about the public dealing do not need they do this should be wrong, right? So 145 means option C should be right answer for this particular one. No audio. Why? Just a minute. Huh? Hello, 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 hello. Can you hear me, guys? Or Srikant sir only cannot hear me? Hello, 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 hello. It is fine from my side. Srikant sir, can you please rejoin? Can you please rejoin? Okay, so option C will be right answer for this. So statement 2, the policy explicitly state that no provision for the upper compensation of whistleblower. We are not providing them any reward and others. आपका whistleblower policy identity whistleblower identity kept be confidential unless legally required to disclose. An employee must take written permission from CEO before raising concern related to public dealing. But that is the another rule here. Next one, whistleblowing process is correct. So ombudsperson or CVO must prepare a written draft for every verbal complaint आपका receive. uh, False allegation made by employee or stakeholder are exempted from disciplinary. No, they attract आपका disciplinary action against them. The audit committee is responsible for keeping all investigation information confidential and sharing updated only to the board of directors. This is true. The whistleblower can raise concern directly to the chairperson of the audit committee only in urgent cases. This should be true. Whistleblower identity is kept confidential unless voluntarily disclosed. This is also true, right? So 1345 means option A will be right answer for this particular one. Just now we have gone through these particular guidelines. आपका next one. So the public interest disclosure and protection of informer resolution 2004 related provision. The first one is wrong आपका ठीक है. CVs for anonymous आपका complaint we do not start the process. CVO of ministry is authorized to act as designated authority only for a complaint related to ministry or आपका control entities under the आपका 2000 Companies Act 13 amendments. The next one is identity of whistleblower must be disclosed to the head of the concerned department, regardless of whistleblower concern. No, this should be wrong. The next one is आपका designated agency can recommend protective measure if the complainant or the witnessee face the victimization and harassment. Yes. The if the identity of the informant is revealed despite of direction, designated agency empower take action against the person who is responsible for this disclosure. 245. 245 means again option D will be right answer for this particular one. Very good, guys. Next one. So overly complex regulation can lead to non-compliance primarily because business choose ignore the rule deliberately, not because they fail to understand. Overly complex आपका they fail to understand. This should be wrong, right? High cost compliance, including limited APA transition time and inflexible standard, contribute to a collapse in belief in law and reduce the voluntary compliances. High cost compliance include the limited transition time and inflexible standard contribute to a collapse in belief in law, reduce the voluntary compliances. This should be correct, right? The third one is आपका procedural injustice, where the regulated parties feel unfairly treated, cause non-compliance in this. True है. The fourth one is आपका tone of at the top is independent compliance function are recommended to address the failure of causal relation between the regulation and the policy. This is also true. The next one is regulation that align well with existing market incentive and culture practices is likely to face higher आपका compliance rate due to the complaints. The regulation that align with the existing market incentive cultural practices likely to face lower compliance rate due to, this should be wrong now. 2, 3, 4. Do we have two? Option B should be correct answer for this particular. B aapka is the okay. Many people mark the correct incorrect one. 4 is also correct here. Stop at the tone, independent compliance function recommend to address the failure casual aapka retaliation between the regulation and the policy abstract. So fourth one is independent compliance function help the mitigate the regulation aligned with the objective itself. Right, guys? Next one. So an employee who had assisted whistleblower in compelling transaction record was transferred to a low performing support. So it is आपका the transfer of the employee assisting the whistleblower amount is retaliatory action. Yes, he faced the consequences. Compliance had आपका shared the identity of whistleblower. The action of compliance had आपका compromised the whistleblower confidentiality safeguard. A middle level manager admitted that he had noticed irregular override in the loan processing, but he did not report. So this is आपका middle manager amount unethical behavior. This is defined as unethical behavior. The company denied reimbursement of the travel expense incurred by employee who participated in investigation hearing, citing that whistleblower practices, participation does not attract the compensation. The company's stand regarding the investigation related travel expenses consistent with the whistleblower. If it is up on behalf of company, it should be right. They should be wrong. The legal department stand regarding the CEO permission is justified under the policy. Legal department refused examine the internal chat records because the original whistleblower had not first obtained the written permission from the CEO before referring to the customer facing sales practices. This should be again wrong, na? So 1, 2, 3. Do we have 1, 2, 3? Yes. Option D should be right answer in this case. What you suggesting? Yes. Option D is the correct answer for this particular one, guys. Okay. So last two statement. While the policy does not mandate compensation merely for the whistleblower participation, it discourages the denial of legitimate compensation connected with the smooth functioning of whistleblower mechanism. So the next one is the matter involved alleged customer mis-selling and suppression of the internal record relating to the possible wrongdoing, treating CEO permission as an absolute barrier to the examination of relevant evidence would not be fully justified in this particular circumstances. Next one, okay. Compliance function and this. So this is completely a revision आपका ठीक है nothing आपका new in this case just apart from this आपका scale based regulation right तो scale based regulation or classification of NBFCs and transition path, this is actually about the NBFC things more rather than the compliances. Rest other things आपका the CCO and other part आपका they are generally case of this particular one right. So NBFCs they are also increasing their overall scope आपका nowadays right. So they are having a good market share, especially when it comes to the Indian overall like banking services and other areas. So they also require some sort of governance things. So the regulatory regime for NBFC is based on the principle of proportionality, which provide the adequate आपका operational flexibility throughout the आपका calibrated regulatory measure. So basically, how much you are contributing, like your overall size versus your regulation. Like let's say if any NBFC who is categorized in top layer or आपका upper layer, so they will be having extra regulatory side because they are आपका like they are systematically important. So if they fail, it can be a reason for a huge losses and others. If there is a small NBFC, so their the risk is generally part of this one. So we have the lower side in this case. No, we have one another unit, आपका Durgesh sir, that forgery that was in this unit or something else. We have one another unit. 32 unit are there, right? So the recent years there has been a rapid growth in the size of interconnectedness of NBFC sector. So that's why we have scale-based regulatory approach linked to the systematic risk contribution to individual NBFCs is considered the appropriate way of आपका looking this. So we have, when it comes to scale-based regulation, four layer आपका. One is base layer, which include आपका all the non-deposit taking NBFCs, asset side आपका less than 1000 crores, so which include P2P accounts, आपका P2P आपका businesses, account aggregators, housing आपका housing finance, housing companies, and आपका NBFCs with no public funds or customer आपका interfaces. When it comes to middle layer, here means the scrutiny or the supervision compliance is built at lower side. Here it is आपका higher, then higher. So highest आपका in this case, lowest and highest. So middle layer आपका all deposit taking NBFCs irrespective of their size, they will be part of middle layer. Non-deposit taking more than this. Then we have SPDs or आपका IDF, CICs, HFCs and IFCs, they categorize under this. Then upper layer is something आपका top 10 NBFCs by asset size automatically become part of this, and another 50 आपका which is categorized by the RBI in that case. When it comes to top layer, mostly this list remain आपका vacant, but sometime if RBI can put some NBFCs in this particular आपका in this particular bucket also, right? So that is totally decided by RBI itself. Now scale base आपका layer placement, strictly base layer, these are the type of businesses NBFCs which will be only part of the base layer. Strictly middle layer आपका, they will be part of this, like these cannot be part of base layer and these cannot be part of middle layer. Middle or upper cannot be cannot be base deposit taking NBFCs and others. Then when it comes to आपका fluid, middle, base or uppers, it depend on the guidelines which we have gone through earlier आपका, or even the RBI RBI related आपका guidelines related to these particular companies itself, right? So that is something. Now when it comes to the regulatory changes under the scale based regulation. So net own funds आपका, earlier it was 2 crores. So by 31st March 2027 it will be your 10 crore stream, and right now it is 5 crore for non NBFC ICC, MFI 7 crores, and आपका non NBFC factors it is 7 crores. The areas NPA classification rule, earlier they have 150, 120 and this, but now it is आपका the universal rule of 90 days overdue things and all that will be applicable to them also, right? So now when it comes to the compliances, this is exactly same. Okay, whatever we have read so far now, if you'll go for the role of CCO and others आपका, so it is exactly same in the same, like even the qualification or the appointment tenures, rank, and आपका reporting line, stages and others all are similarly aligned with the banking things, right? So with practice आपका we will be dealing this portion. Which of the following statement about the scale-based regulation framework for NBFC are correct? So NBFC not availing public funds and not having any customer interface are classified under the NBFC middle layer. NBFC not availing public funds, not having customer interferences, so they are generally part of the base layer, right? So it should be wrong. They are part of the base layer. The next one is all standalone primary dealers, regardless of their asset size in this, they are strictly included in the आपका upper layer. This is also wrong. They should be part of your middle layer, right? Not upper layer. So it should be आपका middle layer. So this is also wrong. And NBFC top layer is populated only if RBI observes significant increase in the potential systematic risk in this. This is true. A parametric scoring आपका methodology with 70% weight to quantitative factors, 30% to qualitative factors determine the inclusion of NBFC to this. This is also correct. NBFC designated as आपका upper layer in the previous year are automatically excluded or included. They are part of that particular one. So NBFC designated as NBFC upper layer is previous years are automatically excluded from the from scoring process. They are excluded, but they are part of that one. This should be true. 3 4 5 means option D should be part of this one. क्या कहते हो? C, B, different answers. This is statement is NBFC designated as upper layer previous year. So they are excluded from the scoring process of current year because they are already included in that particular one. So D should be right answer for this one. Ramanji sir, Srikant sir. So yes, so not आपका they are part of the base layer. Standalone आपका they generally comes under upper layer, sorry middle layer, not the upper layer आपका the other categories. Next one, NBFC deposit taking. D means deposit taking. Housing finance companies may be placed in base layer if their scale operation is small. Okay, answer this. So first statement is wrong because all deposit taking NBFCs are part of the middle layer, right? So first one is wrong here. NBFC P2P, despite engage in customer facing operation, will always remain in base layer. SBR आपका, this is true. NBFC MFI operating northeastern आपका region NOF required as a part of the glide path, but now आपका they'll be from this time. This is also correct. The internal capital adequacy assessment process apply only to NBFCs in upper layer given their systematic importance. It should be to the top layer also, right? This should be wrong. Okay. And even in upper middle layer also it should be. NBFC, the base layer allow आपका segregation of 90 days in this. So earlier it was one आपका the 120 days and 150 120, then it is 90 days from this. So this is true. So 235 means option A will be right answer for this particular one. Correct guys? Yes, everyone. Next one, guys. Next one. So, which of the following statement are correct regarding the responsibilities and operation of compliance function? Now, if you'll solve these one, na, so please do practice these one. Okay. So, because we have skipped that concept area, because that is exactly same. If you'll even go through that PDF also, what you'll find, whatever we have read, आपका or the experiences or the role and responsibilities and all, they are completely same. So the compliance function must perform sufficient and representative compliance testing, and all result must be reported directly to the RBI. No, this is आपका wrong. ठीक है. So it will be through the board or senior management. CCO is required to be आपका participant in discussion with RBI and must act as nodal conduct between NBFC and this. True है. All product introduced by NBFC must undergo intensive compliance monitoring for the last 6 months. Here, same rule is also applied here also. Compliance function is solely responsible for ensuring compliance across department, specific division in certain statutory areas. It is not only compliance function, it is the again आपका the entire areas, right? So compliance with the directive from the other regulators must be tracked, and where necessary, any regulator आपका discomfort must be escalated to RBI. Similar case 235. 235 means option B will be right answer for this particular one. So the statement 1 is wrong. Compliance testing result are reported to senior management, while the compliance function oversee the compliance specific department hold the primary responsibility and others. Next one, guys. The compliance department organizational structure may differ across NBFC, but it must undergo peer review audit by the external firms every year. First of all, it should be internal audit and others. This should statement should be wrong. CCO, if reporting to MD and CEO, must meet board audit committee even in the presence. No, without the presence आपका, that same logic will be work here also. Compliance function must be staffed with the personal knowledge law in this correct here. If CCO part of the committee involved in sanction, it must purely advisory capacity. True hai. All new process and product must be reviewed by the compliance department after they are introduced in the market before आपका and for the 6 month. The CCO must not be not CCO must not be more than two label of the below of this, except in this case. This is also correct. Sorry. Okay, this one only. This is correct. So means 236. Sorry, 346. 346 means option A will be right answer for this one. Right. Next one. So Alpha FinServ, a non-deposit taking NBFC, total assets is this, is extensive customer references this. rapid growth and others. RBI include the entity in scrutiny for the sole purpose. Which of the cases correctly interpret the scale-based regulation? Enhanced regulatory scrutiny and supervisory assessment. This is actually I was finding the base layer and others. It is around the regulatory scrutiny, supervisory assessment. It should be true. Briz Housing Finance is an housing finance company with total asset of 600 crore, does not accept public deposit. The company argue that since its asset size is below 1000, it should be classified as base layer आपका, right? तो housing finance companies आपका asset side of this housing finance companies are generally part of the they are part of the middle layer ना. So it should be in आपका middle layer, right? Middle layer or even आपका it can be top layer also. So it should be wrong. Then we have Credence account solution, solely NBFC aggregator. They does not lend आपका deposit and the handle large scale customer in this. Third statement is actually आपका incomplete. So it should be accounted in base layer आपका, right? But this statement itself is incomplete. No? Delta Infrastructure Debt Fund Limited registered in this 18,000 crore due to low interconnectedness in system. This आपका it is in base layer. No, it should be in आपका middle layer. This is आपका wrong. Fourth one is wrong. The fifth one is Everest आपका Evertrust Government Financial Corporation, government owned NBFC. This has आपका upper layer, sorry, आपका top 10 in this, and RBI nevertheless reframe from the placing it आपका upper layer. Statement 5 is true, right? तो what you suggest? This is आपका middle layer का. 1 5 1 means 3 should be right here, no? So option B means what was the statement of a third statement? Third statement is NBFC account aggregator always remain in base layer irrespective of this, but that was not mentioned आपका, I guess base layer is not mentioned somewhere now. Actually base layer was not mentioned in this particular case, so that's was the confusion itself, right? Done, guys? Okay. Sure. Now, fraud and vigilance, the last topic from the module or from the ABM. So, fraud and vigilance in bank. So, forgery and fraud, these two areas. Then we have areas in which fraud are committed in banking and cyber fraud. Then we have fraud reporting and monitoring system, vigilance function, RBI guidelines for private sectors and foreign banks. This. So fraud and APCA with your forgery. Fraud is basically intentional deception of the or to secure unfair and unlawful gain. That is your monetary or otherwise. Extremely common in modern monetized societies, can manifest in various forms depending on the context. It may be considered a civil wrong or a criminal offense depend on the context itself. The legal definition of your fraud. So section 17 of Indian Contract Act, fraud means and include any of the following act committed by a party to a contract within the intent to deceive another party or cheat another party. It is the suggestion as a fact of that which not true by one who does not believe it to be true. Okay? So like let's say there is something fraud is kind of key. We know that is not true, but we are telling other people. We are doing fraud with other, right? So active आपका concealment of the fact by one knowledge or behalf, a promise made without any intention to performing it, that is also fraud. Any other act आपका fitted to deceive, any such act आपका or omission as आपका law specially declare to be defraud in others, right? RBI does not have any आपका definition around this term, so it is linked with the IPC. So misappropriation and criminal breaches of trust, forged instruments like check, draft, and bill, unauthorized handling of securities, manipulation of accounts, fictitious accounts, and property conversion, unauthorized credit for illegal gratification, negligence and cash shortage, आपका cheating and forgery, आपका foreign exchange irregulation, and this. So when it comes to special areas, negligence, cash shortage, and forex irregularities are treated as fraud if intent to defraud is suspected or proven. Even without proven intent, आपका cash shortage more than 10,000 is a fraud if it is not reported. Cash shortage 5,000 if detected by the audit management, आपका not reported in the same day itself, right? So forgery, another one. So forgery is आपका with documentation, fake documents electronically or others. So legal definition आपका whoever make a false document or a part of the documents with intent to cause damage or injury, support any claim or title, cause any person to part of with the property, enter into any express or implied contract, or आपका to commit the forgery itself, right? So the fraud versus forgery, that is the areas. Now the areas in bank आपका will go through the content itself. So major areas of fraud in bank: deposit आपका public, fraud in documents, altering आपका changing or modifying a document to deceive another person, including approving आपका incorrect information knowingly, deposit account with text or inoperate KYC are highly vulnerable. Common methods: opening account with fake or forged document using forced KYC, chiffon funds, and this. So it can be done by the staff also. Bank employee retain the original fixed deposit receipt and they can issue the fake आपका photocopies. So these fake receipts are later misused by the forging a customer signature to obtain loan or prematurely encash or transfer funds to fraudulent account. Advances cases also: fraud and discount of the instrument or kite flying, creating a artificial clearing effect आपका circular trading of the check, fraud in or removal, or disposal of pledge or hypothecation without bank knowledge, or inflating the stock value also, diversion of funds, falsification of documents, and आपका forging the export documents also. Transaction areas आपका technology related or others, increasing use of counterfeit or fake check. So check recheck overpayment scam, or internet auction scam, or आपका secret shopper scam, mobile banking and others, that is generally part of this one. So common present day आपका cyber crime in banking, we have RAM scamper, malware inserted in the captured data in your RAM, commonly attack the point of sale machine where the credit cards information is of the customer is stolen in that particular case. Sniffing, sitting on a network and monitoring आपका intercepting all data flow वेरिएंट कॉल आपका पासवर्ड स्निफिंग, स्टीलिंग द यूजर नेम एंड पासवर्ड, spoofing, sending message, email, pretending to be form of trusted source or person like the bank employee or others. Phishing, आपका fraudster pose as trustworthy entities, bank organization to trick आपका user into the revealing the sensitive data by email, SMS in this. स्पूफाइंग एंड आपका फिशिंग ऑलमोस्ट सेम. वेलिंग आपका टारगेटिंग द हाई प्रोफाइल इंडिविजुअल इन अदर्स. देन वी हैव स्मिसिंग, फिशिंग बाय SMS. Victim, they generally click on those particular one and their data got आपका hacked by the areas, right? The next one is your the areas आपका. देन वी हैव विशिंग, वॉइस फिशिंग आपका, ठीक है, जामतारा वाला केस, ठीक है. सो फ्रॉडस्टर कॉल प्रिटेंडिंग टू बी फ्रॉम अ लेजिटिमेट ऑर्गेनाइजेशन, इनकम टैक्स एंड दिस. Then we have farming, redirecting user from the genuine website to a fake one. Zero-day vulnerability, exploiting a software flaw that unknown to the developer or vendor, therefore आपका unpatched, also called zero day attack. Juice आपका jacking, public charging station or port आपका, ठीक है, if you plug your device and all, so that can create some sort of that can insert some sort of आपका virus in the phone and it can hack the data itself, right? The another we have identity theft आपका, the fake IDs आपका, and based on those particular one we are creating the areas. Complaints review after the introduction of this, हाँ that is 6 month आपका, ठीक है, that is 6 month only ma'am. Meena ma'am, that is 6 month only, हाँ. Like it is mandatory, like let's say if you have, that is, there is two things. One is कि the CCO should be part of the while we are designing the product, so he can make sure कि every compliance is आपका met. The another thing is after launching that new product for the next 6 months we have to observe the areas आपका, so that we can make sure कि we have developed a proper program for all the type of risk involved in that case. So that is a, like we have two type of product. One is program product where we have like we have experiences with those particular product, risk probability will come down. Another one is आपका the new product. There is one terminology which we use for them. So these are the new product which we run through the program. आपका there is one terminology we use for that one कि until they become आपका program product, so we observe them so that we do not miss anything. So identity theft आपका is one of the fastest growing crime in India and globally. Misuse of another person personal or financial information like this. And in India it is very easy आपका, ठीक है. If you take one number, that number is, let's say you surrender that number, after that somebody else is using the same number is आपका continuing in the name of the previous person, right? Or even Aadhaar card is like multiple anywhere we are using that particular one, so that can be used for the multiple purposes, ठीक है. So make purchase, borrow money, open new accounts or commit आपका other crime also. So data security is a major problem in India. Common model आपका used by the cyber criminals to steal the identity. Survey, they'll ask you to fill the form survey. Phone calls, SMS आपका fake organization, email और data breaches from the online shopping or e-commerce also, ठीक है. Like even not only this, like even if you registered yourself on any platform, even I registered myself on a bank, let's say for something, so it the information, like let's say if you have registered your company with आपका company registrar, the data will pass on to every bank, they'll start calling, so means there is a breach from the आपका some part wherever that data got leaked. So it is public and private in both the cases. Now FIR आपका when these fraud commit, like if anyone is having or if we are having any fraud cases and all, so this is immediate action आपका, ठीक है. First information report, branches must secure all related documents and take immediate controlling this. So register FIR as soon as possible in local police station or if it is complaint in आपका CBI jurisdiction, we can lodge the complaint with the CVO, ठीक है, Chief Vigilance Officer, handling the case to CBI, Superintendent of Police of the concerned CBI office. Briefly आपका provide, do not clearly tell them everything because otherwise it will influence the investigation. Leave entirely to CBI in this case. Monitoring system for the fraud in bank. Bank must establish a robust fraud risk monitoring, ensure timely detection. So it include reporting high value fraud to bank. All fraud आपका up to 1 lakh and above must be reported to the board promptly upon the detection. आपका failure of the concerned branches of officials or controlling authorities, action initiated against them, and detail of the official responsible for the fraud itself. Quarterly review आपका detail of fraud for the quarter in June, September and December must be placed before the ACB in the month of आपका in the month following the quarter itself, right? Means for आपका April quarter, sorry June quarters within July, then आपका everyone. So for the last quarter we do not need because the annual it will integrated with the annual आपका, right? So the quarterly review must be include statistical analysis and detailed case-wise information to help ACB assess the trend in this. A separate review for the quarter ending March is not required. It is already included in the overall your आपका the annual report itself. Annual review. So conduct a comprehensive annual review of all fraud and place it before the board of directors and local advisory board. For information, the review for the year end March shall not be placed before the board. So this is the case, same case. Key aspect cover the annual or quarterly review. आपका adequacy of fraud detection system and speed detection, examination of staff involvement and reporting to CVC. Then we have whether आपका determinate punishment has not imposed on responsibility person, whether funds occur due to laxity in the following system or procedures, and if staff have been sensitized, proper reporting cases to the police and other areas itself, right? So that's something which generally comes under this. Now, early warning system, EWS. So this is something key. We have a developer system where we have like there are many signs. This is kind of a your MIS system, which will send you alert in case of any sort of fraud. So when it comes to your early warning signals, RBI has provided illustrative non-executive list of early warning signal that banks should monitor continuously in loan accounts. These red flag indicate आपका rising stress or possible fraudulent intent and require immediate deeper investigation to prevent the account from the turning into NPA or full blown आपका fraud. So there is around 35 आपका signals. You do not have to remember these one, but they are very basic, like default in undisputed payment to statutory bodies like PF and this, declare annual report, bouncing of the higher value check, fraud in charges in आपका scope this. If you go for this one, they'll like even if if in examination also, they'll give you any lines, you will be able to handle that. Right? Then now vigilance angle. So we have CVO. Now vigilance angle is like when we, let's say we have we got some early warning signals, then we will scrutinize that particular activity. Then we will make sure ki is there any vigilance angle in this case or not. That is आपका, that will be the first आपका step to decide the cases. So CVO of the bank is authorized to decide whether a particular case has a vigilance angle or not. Once case registered classified as vigilance case, it must treated as such till आपका conclusion irrespective of the final outcome of the investigation. ठीक है? तो first CVO is deciding कि this case have a vigilance angle or not. If it is आपका decided, then we will be following this. तो actions or offenses आपका deemed to have a vigilance angle, demanding or accepting gratification other than the legal remuneration in respect of an official act आपका bribery and corruption, obtaining of valuable things, gift आपका precautionary advantages without adequate consideration, obtaining for himself or herself or any other person any valuable things or pecuniary advantages by the corrupt or illegal means, or abusing his or her position as a public servant. Position of asset आपका disproportionate is known as the source of income. And cases of misappropriation, forgery, cheating are other similar cases. So that is something first we decide that particular one. CVO, when it comes to CVO आपका here आपका तो the role of CVO, Chief Vigilance Officer, act as extended arm of the Central Vigilance Office Commission in the bank, primarily responsible for detective and surveillance आपका vigilance, identify field of surveillance vigilance by studying the material exposed while the performing detective vigilance role, authorized to function as head of the surveillance vigilance machinery. Key function आपका vigilance department, departmental investigation. CVO decide whether to investigate an irregularity complaint or fraud, means we'll check the vigilance angle. Investigation as a fact finding exercise to determine the prima facie substance in allegation. Timelines आपका timelessness, no आपका inordinate delay between the incident and the आपका issuance of charge sheet. Government instructions, preliminary inquiry must be completed within 3 months. Investigating officer get opportunity to tender version of fact. Investigating officer report must be comprehensive, clear, brief. Disciplinary authority take an informed decision in others, right? Departmental proceeding आपका time limit. Disciplinary action आपका ordinarily cannot be initiated for lapse detected in two successive internal audit or आपका inspection, or even more than 4 आपका year old. If these are old cases आपका, we are not exceeding casing those. The exemptions आपका no time limit, fraud cases, criminal, in this. Otherwise we cannot take actions आपका on these old cases, and simply means disciplinary authority आपका vital role in disciplinary matters, initiate action or recommend the further action to CVO, must apply independently and unbiased judgment, an independent inquiry. Then आपका Indian Evidence Act do not apply in disciplinary proceedings as well, right? So that is the one. Vigilance angle आपका, what is vigilance angle that we have discussed आपका. This is आपका some limit around time amounts आपका, ठीक है. So agency code आपका and the cases of fraud which we have to आपका submit to different areas. Now let's practice. So Section 7 of Indian Contract Act, fraud indicate a statement of fact believed to be true even later आपका found false. आपका fraud include statement of fact believed to be true. It is not fact, it is suggestion, I guess. So like let's say if I'm giving you some sort of suggestion ki this, I know ki this is wrong, but if I'm telling you, that means intentionally I'm doing you, that is the fraud, right? This should be wrong now. Our first one should be wrong here. The second one, under section 447, forgery, guilty of fraud, even if there is no wrongful gain or wrongful loss. A person can be guilty of fraud even if there is आपका no areas in this. आप this is related to intent to deceive, na? Intent to deceive. This should be correct. The Indian Penal Code define the fraud as an act cause injury, regardless of the intention, with intention actually, intention to deceive. According to RBI guidelines, manipulation of book accounts may be classified as fraud only when result is proven. No, even आपका without proven also this should be wrong. Forgery, IPC 463, making a false document with intent to support the claim or title. Yes. Attending a document may amount forgery if the date considered material part of this one. True. So what you guys suggesting? B. 2 आपका 5 6 हाँ B should be right answer for this particular one. So the areas and the other one. Next one. RBI guidelines on fraud and the following statement. So RBI not explicitly defined the fraud, but classified fraud based on the IPC or BNS, Bharati Nyaya Sanhita. So that is true. Fraud include आपका misappropriation, criminal breach of trust, and fraud in आपका encashment through the forged instruments such as check and draft. Cases of negligence and shortage are always reported as not. Irregularities after in foreign exchange transaction are considered fraud only if there is suspected or proven intention of cheat. The cash short is 5,000 detected by management or auditors even without आपका suspicion of fraud must be reported as fraud if it is not reported, right? So this is आपका क्या है correct answer? 1 2 4 5 means आपका C. Very good guys, well done. So C is the right answer for this. Next one. Forgery, it's a case of forgery, right? Creating, altering document, forgery, only a document was signed. No. Creating false up electronic code with intent to defraud. Option B should be right answer. B should be right answer for this particular one. Correct here? Anyone? What happened, guys? So we'll check the answer. Yes, option B, which is the right answer for this one. Next one. The first statement is correct. Second one, bank employees sometimes keep original FD in this later use then आपका this is also correct. Third one आपका common advance fraud by the borrowers is आपका falsification of documents such as providing false financial status in this. Yes. The next one is identity theft in banking fraud involve the borrowers illegally obtaining another person's information in this. Fraud in bank mostly limited to outside borrowers. Rarely it can be any side up. Correct. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4 means option D will be right answer for this. Easy one. Next one. Fraud and discounting of instrument and kite flying are method used by borrower to obtain the unauthorized credit आपका or even the inflating the stock also. Unscrupulous staff members have misused dormant mobile wallet account to use the absence of the nomination facility, right? So what we did, we generally, like let's say there is no nominee, there is dormant money आपका and no one is claiming. We buy a SIM card and we change the nominee, we make ourselves nominee and we withdraw the money, right? That can be done. SIM swapping fraud is typically carried out by a bank insider. No, it is SIM swapping is mostly by the issuer, SIM issuer and others, right? Mostly. Uh, falsified report, export document, airways bill, and custom orders are used to obtain illegitimate export credit. Professionals like chartered accountant and architecture are legally exempted. No, it should be wrong. Um, fraudster have used identity theft for both open account and take loan आपका. The next one is a major cause of fraud in advances is lack of supervision of bank official over the borrower's operation. Yes. So 1, 2, 4, 6 means option A only will be right answer for this particular one. Next one, guys. Fake corporate or personal check are often used in a scheme like check over payment scam or secret shopper scam in this. True here. Second one is your SIM swapping fraud involve fraudster posing a mobile service executive and this that is also true. Employee or mobile wallet services provide cannot misuse the customer wallet. They can. Debit card skimming, a method of camera in this, and they are stealing the pin. Then we have triangulation or side cloning. आपका original side to fake side. This is true. 1, 2, 4, 5. 1, 2, 4, 5 means option B will be right answer for this particular. Very good, guys. Next one. Which of the following statement true regarding the cybercrime and cybersecurity threat? Drive by downward require user interaction. No. By clicking the link or downloading an attachment. Drive by the download require cybercrime is that can be. Okay, we'll revisit this. Smishing is a form of spoofing where the attacker distinguishes the frauded website to steal the data आपका. Smishing आपका through the SMS. No, this is wrong. No? This is आपका this is your आपका scam through the SMS, right? Not through the website. So this should be wrong. Farming and spoofing both involve misdirecting the user. Farming redirect them through the fake website. This is true. Then next one is आपका juice jacking can occur over a use of malicious USB in this. True है. Next one is a 0-day vulnerability is one that has been detected but remain आपका but that is solved आपका during that period. It is called 0-day vulnerability. Ransomware can spread through the email attachment or this. True है. The next one is RAM scalpers operate after capturing data while the temporary stored in device memory through the POS system and all. Right. So what you guys suggesting? D. Durgesh sir is saying option D. Very correct. First one is wrong here, and D is the right answer for this one. 0-day vulnerability is unknown to software developer at the time of exploitation. Once detected, it become a case of 0-day आपका, right? So that is the explanation for this particular one. Correct. Next one, guys. Which of the following statement related to loan fraud, आपका early warning system and red flag accounts are correct? So, so first, a red flag account is identified solely based on the finding of statutory auditors, not necessarily. Bank must आपका report red flag accounts within exposure of 500 million and above, more than आपका this to the classification. RBI mandate bank to adopt entire list of this without any modification. No. Monitoring EWS is an additional task performed by the internal auditors, not part of the credit monitoring. Fourth one. Fourth one should be wrong, आपका, right? For large borrowers accounts, a detailed review of the full annual report necessary and large borrowers, yes. The next one is officer responsible for account operation held liable for the failing report of EWS. The special committee for a board monitoring the follow-up frauds review the RFs in this. So this is also true. We do not have option here. 2, 3. आपका 2, 3 is also right. No, sorry. 2, 5, 6, 7. Yes. 2, 5, 6, 7. The 2, 5, 6, 7. So other statement are wrong here. Yes. Next one, guys. Which of the following statement correct regarding the vigilance function in bank? We have preventive, detective and आपका punitive. ठीक है? Preventive, detective, punitive. Preventive like before the activity, detective during the activity, punitive is like basically penalties and others, right? So preventive vigilance in bank primarily आपका penalize. This is punitive, not preventive. This is wrong. The second one आपका detective vigilance include security of decision taken by the official having discretionary power. This is true. CBC in RBI coordinate with the both CBC and your CBI. Yes. The next one is one of the objective of preventive vigilance is to ensure strict adherence to integrity and compliance. Is this true? है? Detective and punitive uh, are the strategic compliance, meaning function most effectively in this. Yes. So means 2, 3, 4, 5. 2, 3, 4, 5 means option C will be right answer for this particular one. Very good, guys. Next one. So vigilance cases and procedure in bank are correct. So information about the corruption or misconduct can be received from the internal or external sources and may even आपका it is about the bank. This is true. CVO cannot initiate an investigation unless written complaint is received from the known sources. No, for even like mostly these are unknown sources. Disciplinary proceedings cannot be initiated after 4 years from the date of the events. Fraud of this. No, in case of आपका this 4 year clause is there, but the case is आपका criminal and all, it can be. So this is wrong again. The chief vigilance officer play preventive, punitive, as well as surveillance role in vigilance administrative. During the departmental proceeding, the standard of proof is same as the criminal trial and governed by the Indian if Indian Evidence Act is not applicable to this, means 1 in 4 means option A, not C. 5 is wrong, na? Indian Evidence Act is not applicable. We have gone through this just now, everyone guys, because everyone is saying option C. So it is आपका preponderance of probability. Indian Evidence Act does not apply here, right? In this particular case, like that is applicable to the criminal cases, your आपका policing and others, and how to prevent that things and all. So they generally comes under that. Questions are there. Okay. We have like this is last unit. Let's finish this one. I have to do dinner also just after this. And nowadays I'm doing dinner at 12 o'clock. After 15 minutes, Musk will come here. Like he'll be like he during my marathon time, he'll be sleeping full on like that. Just I'll finish this. He'll be coming here itself, right? Bhupendra sir. Congratulations, Bhupendra sir. Now you have to give party, Bhupendra sir. Chalo, what will be your correct answer, guys? So CVC jurisdiction include all officer in public sector bank regardless of the rank आपका. No, there was आपका this there was some scale आपका scale 4 5 something. This is wrong, huh? In case of registered as vigilance case can close before the conclusion if the allegation are not substantial. No, we need closure within 3 months. Once angle is decided, then you have to close this. Then finding maybe whatever it is. Like a departmental inquiry is considered as quasi-judicial proceeding and governed by the Indian Evidence Act. Now this also become wrong. In a disciplinary proceeding, the standard of proof require and based on the principle of preponderance of probability. Yes. Just now we talk about this. Participative vigilance promote आपका technology integration and thus delay in disposal of a disciplinary case is discouraged due to negative impact on the organizational morale and integrity. This is also correct. So 4 5 6. 4 5 6 means C should be right answer. First one is CBC, particularly jurisdiction is restricted to officer of scale 5 and above in the public sector bank, not this. Please do remember this. Done it? The rest things आपका. Okay, please go through this. भूपेंद्र सर को सुनते हैं जरा. नहीं होगा, भूपेंद्र सर होगा. ये 4 सेशन देख लो जो अभी हमने किए हैं, लास्ट हो जाएगा. 60 70 मार्क्स, 60 मार्क्स आ जाएंगे अगर आप अच्छे से इनको देख लोगे तो। पीडीएफ से रिवाइज कर लो, ठीक है। फिर मैं आपसे मिलूंगा जस्ट आफ्टर बीएफ एबीएम एग्जाम। फिर आप बीएफएम में आइएगा, फिर मैं आपको बताऊंगा कैसे आपको 50 60 मार्क्स लाने। 50 60 तो आ जाएंगे, ठीक है, अगर आप इस 4 सेशन को अच्छे से पीडीएफ अपलोड किए हैं ऐप पे, थोड़ा सा देखो, प्रैक्टिस कर, पढ़ो, 4 5 दिन अच्छे से लगाने पड़ेंगे लेकिन, राइट। पीडीएफ के थ्रू रिवाइज करें मोस्टली, मैं ये बोलूँगा। हु मस्ट आपका कंसल्टेड बिफोर द लॉन्चिंग द कंप्लेन विद सीबीआई, तो what will be your correct answer? CBO, that is who is generally handling the areas itself, right? Next one, the next one is vigilance angle. Actually, I did after 6 o'clock also, and but now I'm hungry. Meena ma'am. So the next one is the starting point of vigilance activity in management for a case, vigilance angle, which we generally deciding, right? So that's why option B should be right answer for this particular one. Next one, guys. Fraud and forgery. So Mr. A act as presenting inflated projection despite knowing them to be false, constitute fraud under the Indian Contract Act. Even in आपका investor ultimately does not suffer this too. B, a deliberate non-disclosure of material fact will always amount to fraud, irrespective of whether आपका she has a duty to disclose such information or not. Uh, B, case of B, an account manager deliberately omit disclosure of major contingent liability dispute being aware of, right? B, deliberate non-disclosure the material fact will always amount to fraud irrespective of whether she had a duty to disclose such information. What about B, guys? B, you guys are saying B. This should be true then, right? uh, Mr. C, Mr. C act आपका backdating documents to conceal. It's a case of forgery, right? This is also true. The next one is D case of the cash shortage exceeding 10,000 shall be treated as fraud for reporting purpose under the RBI guidelines, even no fraud in intent. So it was reported or not. Where is D? Cashier आपका A reported, then it will not आपका a case of fraud, right? D case आपका cash shortage exceeding 10,000. No, so sorry, this should be आपका, this should be true ना. D case cash shortage exceeding 10,000 shall treated as a fraud reporting purpose under the RBI guidelines, even no fraud in intent in this. D case is आपका D cashier report cash shortage of 12,000 but claim it no आपका negligence without the intent of this. This should be a case of fraud because the limit is breaching in this case, right? So 10,000. Mr. E creation of the contract in the name of a fictitious entry is generally a case of forgery. This is true. Not all means I'm going somewhere wrong. So you guys are saying option A. A means आपका 2 is wrong. We'll check this one. A 2 आपका mere since does not amount the fraud unless there is a duty to speak or आपका silence of equivalence. Sorry. So this is आपका wrong. Rest all are fine here, right? The option A, that's why it is a right answer. Done it? Okay, let's practice one more question. CBO. A public sector bank governed by guidelines of the Central Vigilance Commission initiated an incremental review, certain high value credit sanction. CBO identify these irregularities and all. So senior officers sanction a loan to a firm owned by a relative concessional term without the disclosure. So it is itself a आपका case of the Central Vigilance Commission can directly advise disciplinary action only a case involving officer scale B and above आपका that is thus true. Second one CVO classify case having a vigilance angle, it will continue, and disclosure regarding the investigation outcome, yes. Third one is acceptance of expensive gift from the borrower during this vigilance angle without any further examination, true. Fourth one is a decision resulting in financial loss to bank, even the supported by the due diligence or commercial rationals. Automatic, no. This is not like, this is something a normal business activity. This is not a fraud. Undue delay in reporting or disposing the fraud cases, strengthen this one. Upper true. 1, 2, 3, 5. 1, 2, 3, 5 means option B must be right answer for this particular one. Okay, so this is आपका the next question. It's next आपका this is heavy case study. Okay, हाँ, you can go through these statement base. Done है? चलो, तो guys आपका now we have done with your AVM things. So please like I'll upload this PDF just after 10-15 minutes, so you can go through this particular one. And tomorrow and day after tomorrow I'll be taking session around BFM 7 o'clock. So if you are comfortable with ABM, then you can join those particular one. If you are not comfortable, feeling आपका some sort of anxiety or confidence issues in others, then I'll suggest in that case you just keep revising your areas and all, and later आपका you can watch those particular session, right? Okay. Previous year actually I tried आपका to go through the question ना. So it is for CIB na, it become very difficult to arrange those particular one. Even just what we have available in आपका on the internet also, and even the people who appear last time also I talked to them, but they just can tell us the topic things and all. Okay, the references of question, the framing and all. So it is very difficult to design that same type of question and all. So that's why. But mostly your question will be for one marker and two mark, sorry, one marker and two marker. Five last time it is 4 to 6 statement and a 7 to 9 statement or case study. That is the one. Half marker question, that is well and good. So that's why, like, actually I tried that particular one earlier also. You asked me same thing. So but it is like I'm not getting a defined source of how to do this particular one. So that is the issue, sir. Okay. So why you'll get 50? You'll get more than that. Just like you do not have to think about 50. You have to maximize your score. At least 65 to 70 in ABM. What things we have done now, we have gone through each and every word of your Macmillan book or the content which is part of this. So you have to score anyhow 65 plus in this one. Why I'm telling you this, if you miss in any paper like 45 46 in any circumstances, so you will be having some feeling, and ABM is something where you can maximize your score. Module A will be at easier side, the basic stat they will be asking, so just work around that one. And I have asked you sir also to create one session for the आपका the practice around only, ठीक है? Only आपका practice the numerical wala for module A. So most probably tomorrow or day after tomorrow, sir will be doing one session आपका with formula and the how to solve those particular problems and others, right? So no worries, you guys are going to score good आपका in your examination, huh? So guys, now I'll see you tomorrow. Take a 7 p.m. for BFM. 2 days I'll do revision. Then just after this Sunday we will start with the. I'm creating a complete new set of question with the sequence. Whatever question in Macmillan book, all the cases studies, and similarly 2 3 a similar type of questions for BFM, so that you can get some sort of confidence and exactly be book level question you will get in the examination, so that will also help us, right? So Sunday we will be doing APA, then I have scheduled for the BFM things. BFM we have 6 7 days continuous till the end of examination. We will be keep revising, practicing things, right? Chalo, so this is it from my side, guys. Thank you for joining this session. Thank you for watching.